warnings and stuff. No. When it starts going like that vigorously, that's when it's,
Oh, I see.
yeah,
I need your hand.
yeah. I'm Michael from the BIA. Yeah, it's up to you when you think somebody just want the 5 minutes, some people want the 5 minutes. So no, you 10 minutes and 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. I will calm myself down there as well.
Testing this one. Testing. Hello.
I do. That's on at the moment, so that's green.
Yeah.
If it's red, it's not on. So then it goes green. That's not.
But can you hear me?
Not in the room at the moment because we haven't started. But if you wanted to say something now, I'll make it live in the room.
Oh, so you
Just alter the volume. Green.
Cystic fibrosis, you know, we're hearing a lot more complications. Oh, yes. I was just saying to Janet, yes, the hierarchy of recovery was in some way sort of more. Charlotte told us, it's moving forward.
Good morning, everybody. It's fabulous to see so many familiar faces, and great that the conversation is already flowing over the networking. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Steve Bates, the Chief Exec of the BIA. I have the great task of doing the welcome, but I also have the somewhat dull task of doing the housekeeping. It says if you see or smell fire, hit the nearest break glass panel, and I particularly like the way that it says that make your way to the nearest fire exit. These are marked by green arrows and a running person. I don't think that means actually a running person. I think it means on the green sign there's a running person, which is out this way and then out there, and then we meet in Shandor Street, which is directly off Cavendish Square. If that happens, no fire alarms planned. So thank you to our event supporters who've enabled us to make this happen. Arnold and Porter and Transcript. It's brilliant to have your help and support. And from my perspective, it's great that we're together for the first time as this community since the pandemic. We have had events online, which have been great, but it's even better to be in person. And what immediately strikes me as we're here today is the great community, the great expertise, the great friendships that we've got here, as well as what is, I think, a great agenda, which I think, with many thanks to Christiane, Tim, Kathy and Martin for putting that together. It really is a fantastic agenda. I had the privilege of going to the memorial for Sir Mike Rawlins a couple of weeks ago, and I was struck there by Dame Sally Davis speaking eloquently about his time as the chairman of the MHRA, and that we are in the UK are blessed with an amazing community doing regulatory science. And I think it's the strength of our community that's in academic institutions, at the agency, in companies large and small, as well as in consultancies and service providers, that gives us the capacity to do the agenda we've got today, the future of UK regulation. And I think it's from that community that ideas, programmes develop and innovation happens. And that's why I think the coffee we've just had, the lunch and the networking are as important as some of what will be said from here. We meet as a community that's faced up to a challenging 2023. I'm glad we're facing up to it in the first sessions. We shouldn't get around the fact that we've had our challenges, but it's important that we do talk about how we get UK clinical trials back on track. We know about the backlogs and delays before the summer, and we know that's had a deleterious effect on the UK's reputation around the world. I think it's vital that we get up-to-date information, and I'm delighted that the hard work the agency has done with doing a year's worth of work in a month across the summer has paid off with the getting through the backlog. If you think where we were just a year ago, Liz Truss was the Prime Minister, we were mourning the Queen, and the government expectations there around Brexit had gone sky high. Regulatory freedoms were being seen as everything we were going to do, and then within a few weeks it had changed again, with Rishi Sunak coming in as Prime Minister and Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor. I was glad to see that they've got a more pragmatic and business-minded approach to a pro-growth agenda and supporting business. And it's great we're back in Horizon Europe, although we still need to get clarity on what that means for small and medium-sized enterprises. And I think we're going to talk about the international recognition framework for medicines. I think that's really important. We've got to get that right. The greatest strength of our UK ecosystem is innovation, and we know that it's the intersection of new technologies that's where lots of this is going to come from. The machine learning of AI, with the greater understanding of cell biology that comes out of places like the Crick, will drive the next generation of companies, products and services. And with a laser-like focus on our strengths and a regulatory science mindset, I believe that a practical, collaborative agenda will come out from today's experts' discussion before the networking drinks. And if there's things that we can do as the BIA, agendas we can pick up and carry either in partnership with the agency or directly with government, if we need to make the case about resourcing, if we need to make the case about freedoms, if we need to make the case around capacity, you know that we've done it in the past, and we are committed as a partner with the agency to making the case for proportionate, sensible and progressive regulation. With that, it's no further ado, I'm delighted to hand over to my good friend, Dame Jean Ray.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Steve, and good morning and hello, friends and colleagues. It is a great pleasure to speak today at the start of this BIA Regulatory Conference 2023. There has never been a more important time for us to consider the future of UK regulation. There could not be a better agenda in front of us today. So I'd like to say an enormous thank you to BIA for this opportunity, really to have a stimulating and a productive discussion as we consider some of the important questions that we'll be looking at throughout this programme. Vitally important questions that we tackle together. And although I've taken as a theme from design to delivery, in order to really signal the intention for the agency to be in full delivery mode after all the changes that Steve has touched on, I think in truth, redesign is going to be part of that future. Regulation doesn't stand still. New challenges, the science of this vibrant community will enable us to redesign, to look at new ways of working and to deliver ever better services. So, from design to delivery, but with a lot of iterations on the way. What won't change, though, is our vision. It is to be a truly world-leading and enabling sovereign regulator, protecting public health through excellence in regulation and science, and delivering the right outcomes for patients. That's our clear vision. Our mission as the UK regulator is first and foremost to enable innovation, bringing those transformative products from this community safely to patients, to facilitate timely access, and all the time to be thinking about regulatory reform, that constant process of thinking through, are our services optimal? Are we risk proportionate? And all of this on the bedrock of regulatory science to support benefit risk decision making. And none of this can be achieved by a UK regulator alone to be an effective partner nationally and internationally while being an independent sovereign regulator. So the dimensions of that mission are really quite multifaceted. What has driven shaping the future of UK regulation, and some of the drivers you can see clearly here, have been those freedoms, new opportunities, as well as the challenges of leaving the EU community, exit. First, do no harm, a stark reminder from Baroness Cumberledge of the need to listen and be responsive to patients. Our life sciences vision about the ecosystem for biologics, for the vibrant industry that we have here in the room today. And of course, 100 Days mission, kind of the summary of where we got to during COVID. The need for an integrated, flexible regulator, taking time out of that development pathway. Well, 300 days was pretty eye-watering for a COVID vaccine. Can we do this in 100? So make the exceptional the everyday. And wasn't it fantastic in the last few days as the world congratulated those scientists who unpacked the technology of mRNA and made possible benefit to millions of people, not only during this pandemic, but actually for the future. The best is probably yet to come. So together we celebrate, and for the MHRA to say we were able as an agile regulator to help introduce those vaccines is a moment of great pride that we share with everyone here. And I must say, the first moment I heard about where we would manufacture mRNA vaccines was from a certain CEO of BIA back in the March of 2020. So on the front foot and proactive, a great example of partnership between the industry and the regulator. So we have redesigned our end-to-end regulator, building from our three rather disparate centres, biologics and control, the innovative regulatory centre, and our clinical practice research data link, putting patients first in all our activities and ensuring that there is a clear and visible runway between first discovery, development and deployment. And when we ask patients what that represents, it isn't signing a licence or having a meeting with NICE. It is standard of care in healthcare, which patients want to see as our goal. Our new roadmap, I am sure you've all read our corporate plan and will be familiar with those four main strategic priorities. And first and foremost is the need to maintain trust, and trust of this community, that we will be transparent and proactive, that we will enable healthcare access through safe and effective medical products, and all the time deliver scientific and regulatory excellence through the kinds of strategic partnerships we'll be talking about. Indeed, to become an agency where people come to have a career that they will look at as the best part of their professional life. And all the time, this culture change to being a responsive and customer-centred agency. Our strategic priorities, I won't go into detail because you'll hear them unpacked today in the various talks and presentations and debate. But what I would highlight is the fact that we are determined under our second strategic priority to deliver predictable and reliable operational performance, and all the time to be formalising these new opportunities through recognition pathways, and more of that anon. This slightly schizophrenic challenge that we have to be supporting innovation, but also to be using recognition where that benefits patients and the health service. And as you'll see, to build that UK
competitiveness in the global marketplace. That is our goal, and we know we have slipped. We have ground to make up. Our new team, and I won't take you through the algorithm step by step, is here to help drive forward that corporate plan. And really pleased that our new interim executive director for healthcare quality and access, Julian Beach, will be here today. Sadly, COVID has laid low 2 of our team. So we've got the substitutes on the bench ready to run forward, but clearly, in a way, it's very advantageous to hear from those who truly have delivered. And I would like to highlight the role James Pound has played in getting us where we needed to be with clinical trials. So what I would like to do, and the main part of this talk, having set the scene, is to touch on how we are driving innovation, what progress we're making, and when I say accelerating access, that is the efficiency and risk proportionate services we intend to be offering consistently across the piece, and what is next on regulatory reform. We exist because of the frameworks we create, and these have to keep up to date with new challenges. Finally, our partners in delivery. Innovation. Every regulator appreciates the importance of driving innovation, whether it's the US FDA with the well-established breakthrough designation, or indeed prime priority medicines at the European Medicines Agency. What is our offer for enhanced accessibility? And it's been in these meetings, going back, that we've had with BIA, that we have talked you through our intent with the Innovative Licensing and Access Pathway, ILAP, enhanced by its embodiment in the life sciences vision, but now, 2 years on, tremendous experience and time to take stock. And I don't apologise for showing you again that graphic which signals the importance of an integrated pathway, regulator, health technology assessment, and the NHS, at varying times, but all the time integrated to deliver a shortened pathway. Our goal, in fact, was to reduce the time from discovery to deployment by a half. 9.5 years to a half. That our stated goal. So what everyone is asking in the room is, what's the outturn now? How well have we done? And you can say there's been tremendous interest, around 200 applications. You can say a high positive rate for granting innovation passports, about 2/3. But look at that drop off to about 1/4 for target development profiles. And you can ask what we need to do now to give industry those bespoke pathways, signposting through the regulatory path. And the roadmaps issued right down there at 13%. So a call to arms. We now need to reset. We now need to look at how wide the door has been around innovation and start to make some quite tough decisions about entry into ILAP. In parallel, our devices, medtech colleagues, have been getting very busy, and with the support of the Life Sciences Council, we now have IDAP. You've probably seen the launch last month. You've probably thought, well, where do diagnostics fit? Where does AI fit? And the answer is, the pilots will begin to tell us how well this new pathway is going to work with this vast and very diverse area of medtech. Importantly, we've got some contrasts with ILAP that we can learn from. Similarities in intent, really that pre-market support, but post-market surveillance being a strong emphasis. And if you've looked at the documents, you will see that innovation passports isn't there, rather the focus on the target development profile. Coming to the rescue, the review that Dame Angela McLean finished, having been kicked off by Sir Patrick Vallance when he was the government's chief scientific advisor, has now given us a sense of direction, that we really need to think about the coming together of the worlds of technology, medicine, diagnostics, AI. We've even heard of, say, a dementia product that has components of all of them, and we must rise to that challenge. So what might our ambition be? This is a wish at the moment, not a promise, but it's a determination by the regulator to make sense of that booming science and technology, and to bring together an integrated, innovative pathway, learning from the best of what ILAP has achieved, but making sure that we actually can take into account diagnostics, AI, and all the companion products that make this such a vibrant sector. So watch this space. That is a determination. In order to make sense of all of this, we are so aware that we need an attractive scientific offer. Well advanced is our science strategy. It's currently going through a lot of stakeholder engagement to make sure that we have the elements right. But you can be sure that there will be 5 themes: vaccines and immunotherapies, biotherapeutics, cell and gene therapies, diagnostics and genomics, and data science. And if that doesn't speak to everyone in the room, I don't know what. But we are honing this science strategy, and we'll be looking hard at the partnerships that need to exist to underpin it. In particular, centres of excellence in regulatory science and innovation, colloquially known as the CERSIs. So when we have an offer of investment, and we have, this is where we will be putting our investment strategy, in CERSIs. I don't want to finish looking at the scientific input that we'll be bringing to bear without talking about data science. We do have a richness of data sources at the MHRA, but the exam question is, are we using them optimally? The fact that our clinical practice research data link now curates 27, 28% of GP data is a fantastic resource. And the fact that we have a world-leading body, a longitudinal database in effect on safety in the Yellow Card database. The direction given by Ben Goldacre's report is that we must become a trusted research environment, and that is well on its way. But really the question for all of us here is, are we using these data sources optimally to take time out of development with synthetic data sets, with the opportunity of rapid recruitment into trials? Let's optimise this incredible resource that we have here in the UK. Safe access to innovation can also be supported by pharmacogenomics. We are very fortunate that the chair of our Commission on Human Medicines, Sir Munir Mohammed, is spearheading this. His report on personalised prescribing sets out challenges for the NHS. And those actually reflect on challenges for the regulator. Are we giving information in SPCs and leaflets that enables the right drug at the right dose at the right time? So watch this space too. There is much more to come. And we're seeing new developments in personalised immunotherapy. We really are in the era of personalised treatment. The CHM under Sir Munir has an expert group now on personalised immunotherapy, and we cannot keep patients waiting. Those results on melanoma that you will have seen for the cancer vaccines need a bespoke pathway and maybe a change in regulation, authorising a platform rather than looking at a product. And we are ready to take action to make sure patients who cannot wait get those therapies in the UK. And it will mean quite a mindset change for the regulator to be able to be assured that the question the patient will ask first, is it safe, is one that we can answer. So accelerating access, let's move to that space where you've heard the commitment from us to ensure that our services are consistent and that they are predictable. Bespoke advice, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight. It's best when navigating a regulatory pathway, and there are choices, to be sure that you have the best advice on the best pathway. We have an innovation office, and I'm delighted that our new head of the Innovation Accelerator, Louise Knowles, is here today, and listening afresh to all the asks of you. It will be a demanding time, because what I'm saying is get the best signposting in the rather prolific set of options that you have when you're thinking about getting your product through to healthcare. I think we have a nice example to follow with the AI and Digital Regulation Service that used to be called the Multi-Agency I can't remember it's called, the MAAS, Multi-Agency Advisory Advice, so that you get a 360 view of the pathway to patients. So watch this space. And always be asking the question to us about risk proportionality. A couple of years ago, when we looked at the biosimilars and the fact that healthcare would benefit enormously from these new products, we eased back on the requirements for clinical trials. Now, it's still early days, but make that justification that a clinical trial is not necessary. You have adequate evidence there to convince. And we're beginning to take decisions in really a risk proportionate way. So watch this space too, but come forward and make the case. Stabilising our performance. This is at the heart of the messages I'm giving today. Consistent performance, predictable performance. And some of the ways we're doing this around decision triage to get the right team on the right product at the right time, public health priorities driving us to actually make more, take more account of public health rather than first come, first served, encouraging you to attend those how to do it sessions, whether they're webinars or conferences, all about getting things right first time. And as we'll talk this afternoon, the optimal use of recognition. Now, I don't intend to walk you through a lot of graphs, but I want to show that right across the agency, this happens to be variations, we have a laser-like focus on getting to real-time processing. This is on its way, and we are absolutely determined as a leadership to deliver it. Coming to clinical trials, you've already heard from Steve the determination there to get back to our 30-day turnaround or better. And I simply want to show these couple of graphs. This is the total applications. These are the initials and amendments to show it can be done. And talking to HRA, Janet Messer, just before we started, has it posed a blockage that moves down the pipe? No, because everyone has played their part in delivering this. It was the first step to show the determination to make the UK a great place to conduct trials. And of course, we are now looking ahead. What have we learnt? Risk proportionality. So you'll hear more from James Pound about how we can move forward and ease back, if that's not a paradox, in some areas so that the key areas, such as first in human, get the benefit of our best resources and scientific minds, where others are much smoother and simpler, even notifications. So we'll be working with our partners to safely deliver the new system. A quick word as we rush forward on regulatory reform. You remember the TIGA report that gave us a nice description of what a regulator should be like, and it is engraved in our hearts. Proportionate, forward-looking, outcome-focused, collaborative, experimental and responsive. Isn't that a mandate for us all today? So the bill became an act in February 21, and we have decorated that Christmas tree, as it was called by Lord Bethel. First over the line, early access to medicines, and there'll be colleagues in this room that know how we've been delivering these early access to medicines, promising innovative medicine designation and the scientific opinions. Point of care manufacture. Isn't it great that we are ready to legislate now that we know that the cancer vaccines are becoming a reality and there will be manufacture in the cancer centre near you? So your procedure, your treatment, everything happening in a way that the patient pathway is absolutely seamless. So for those short shelf life, highly personalised products, that the assurance of manufacturing quality is there. And as we head to talk with other regulators in November, we'll be actually receiving their views, but also sharing the progress that's been made. And of course, the clinical trials legislation. I'm delighted to say that this is now even more pertinent, that we can be very precise and very focused, thanks to Lord O'Shaughnessy's review that we'll be hearing about shortly, that legislative framework, which would have been pushed through, I think, in September last year, but for a few other events, we've now got the opportunity to relook and to say, is it exactly as forensically dedicated to the improvements that Lord O'Shaughnessy wants to see? So you see some of the ambitions here, those broadly remain the same, but the terms of that legislation can really profit from the experience we've had over the summer. And I'll just leave you with the timelines. We're heading towards the statute book early next year, but the important message being, let's all think through what guidance is needed. That's often where the clarity that we can co-develop and co-design will speed this into reality. Let's not forget the medical device regulations. Again, a massive programme of reform, obviously keeping patient safety at front of mind and making the UK a great place to bring innovation through, but also addressing health inequalities and mitigating biases. And we are determined, as we look to Margaret Whitehead's report, to make sure that that is embodied in legislation. Now, fast forward to February this year, and a mandate from our Chancellor to have fully operational SWIFT approval processes from next year, and that's what we'll be talking about today, on the basis, as he laid out, of partnership working with trusted international agencies, US, Europe, Japan, obviously, and to make sure that we can get those simple and rapid approvals when a trusted regulator has really had the opportunity to dissect the data. The evolving principles of regulatory science have been in the frame for quite some time. I think the date on that National Academies of Sciences and Engineering and Medicine report is quite some years ago, but the principles are there. And as we turn off the ECDRP, the European Commission Decision Reliance Procedure, at the end of January, and we are, by the way, looking carefully at responses to consultation, we are now looking at the prep work and all the practicing to get it perfect on the international recognition procedure. So I won't steal any of Julian's thunder, but leave it to Julian to really set this out in a very accessible way this afternoon. A changing world, but overarching this will be, what do we want from our UK regulator? Where is that sweet spot between innovation and recognition? And I really hope that today's conference will be a chance to dig into that. Is it product classes, or do we not want to codify? Is it the whole ecosystem and the National Health Service that gives us that discovery to deployment to standard of care richness so that we can take early decisions? Our partners in delivery, thankfully, are with us today. I want to highlight the real value of our Access Consortium working with Australia, Canada, Singapore, Switzerland. Sorry, Switzerland's always at the end because of the W, but you're okay, that's life, you could rebrand. And clearly our partnerships with the FDA, and delighted that Shannon Torr is obviously going to be telling us a bit more about your approach later on. But what's important on the left slide there is that these are partnerships with purpose. It was the Access Consortium that delivered the strain changes for authorised vaccines. It's the partnership with US FDA that enables people with cancer in the UK through the Orbis initiative to get that safe and effective treatment early. And Canada, FDA, UK, working on good machine learning practice. And so our leadership is in many dimensions. The International Coalition is meeting next month, and we'll be talking there about trials. What else would we be talking about? And also point of care manufacture. An international voice through the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum, where we lead on AI, and the ICH work on good clinical practice. Highly pertinent right at this moment, and a wealth of responses to our consultation. Partners in science. Again, I signpost this afternoon, where we'll be thinking about a partnership in safety with Genomics England, but also that 100,000 project and the Newborn Genomes Programme. Vitally important that we start to look at what paediatric medicines are needed when we're starting to identify genomic issues at birth. And, of course, our partnership with patients and the public. I hope our patient involvement strategy has landed on your desks at some point, 21 to 25. We're taking a very measured approach, but my message today is that it's happening with this amazing product, I would like to say, Tim, for sickle cell disease. We're now engaging with sickle patients, and I know very genuinely from our assessors, our scientists, that interface with sickle patients has changed their views. And isn't that important as an application goes through? And how do I finish but by pointing the mic to everyone in this room? If we can share information early, if we can engage in dialogue, if we can have pipeline meetings, then I think that is how regulation will respond down the line to the products that you're bringing forward and make the UK a great ecosystem from development to delivery. You might have noticed on that first slide, and I didn't emphasise it, that the what, why, who actually finished with when. And you've seen some timelines as we've gone through, but quite frankly, the opportunity is now, because every day counts for patients. The government's laser focus is on our life sciences industry, the Prime Minister's 5th commitment. The scientific need to be there as a regulator to make relevant decisions on converging technologies. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shape the future of UK regulation, and innovation to patients is what gets you out of bed every day. Let's take this opportunity together. So I hope I've shown that the MHRA has changed in the last 3 to 4 years from a watchdog, from a policeman, to an enabler building on the learnings, that we fully get that our resource is facilitating access to innovation, and that we need to be embedding all our decisions in the best possible science to ensure that patients have access and are kept safe. Operational efficiency, I make no excuses at this moment, is our priority, together with that programme of regulatory reform. And partnerships with purpose is absolutely key. And that means the conversations we're going to have today if we are to drive innovation from discovery to deployment. So thank you all for your attention, and I'm so excited to have this opportunity today. You don't often hear regulation and excitement in the same sentence. Thank you very much.
Julie, are you okay to take a couple of questions?
Definitely.
Anybody got a question for June? We've got a microphone, please. So,
Nobody else is going to close this.
tell us who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, hi, John Sisson, transcript, ex-MHRA. Hi, June. This sounds all very good. I noticed, though, on the start of the week, there was another government announcement about civil service reduction. And have you got any thoughts on that? How whether you're insulated from that, or if you're prepared to say anything?
Number one is, and I'm really grateful to our mothership, our Department of Health and Social Care, engaging immediately on what the Chancellor was saying as he did it at the conference. And to start to give our context, I mentioned already this really strong and clear commitment to the life sciences industry. And the knowledge that we all share, and what I've made clear today, is that an efficient and effective regulator is key to that. It has been abundantly clear through clinical trials and in other areas. So I can't give you a one-word answer, but we're on that case. Through our transformation, we have resized. Whether it's the right size for the challenges that we face together, I think there's more discussion to have. And thankfully, Angela McLean's report, with some help from other colleagues, recommendation 1, very clear. So briefly, working with the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Medicine and others to create this environment where, a bit Swedish style, more of an interplay between industry, regulator, science and academia can foster the vibrant community that we all wish to work in. Long answer,
Thank you.
But we're on the case.
Thank you, and you can be sure that we'll continue to make the case for an appropriately sized regulator. One last one. Before we go quick. Here.
Hi, Claire McCarthy from Bicycle Therapeutics. With the UK leaving the EU, and the introduction of the reliance mechanism, so moving on from just the Commission reliance mechanism, what steps are you taking to make sure that the MHRA remains a world-class regulator and maintains that, that scientific leadership as a regulator?
And I think you've alluded to the EU relationship a little bit implicitly. We are determined to keep that voice in the fora, like ICH, IMDRF, ICMRA, and through those vehicles to maintain the scientific interface with EU, with FDA, Japan, etc. And I'd like to assure everyone here that our scientific and public health relationships with the EU are robust and very active.
Thank you.
Do you want to do one more, Divya?
Thanks so much, June. I know MHR is doing fantastic work around diversity, and you didn't touch upon it today, but I just wanted to know your thoughts on what do you think the future of that in clinical trials will have? Do you think it will be essentially guidance, which is where we've been erring on, or do you think this will move into an area of regulation?
Thank you, Divya. Briefly, we clearly consulted on the same kinds of measures that President Biden and others wish to see, that trials are done in representative populations. And we had very positive support. There has been some discussion, and at the very top of government, to move to guidance because that can be more flexible. But having said that, the Whitehead report, particularly as it looked at technology, will set out very clearly where we need to change. So, Divya, I hope it's a discussion we're about to re-enter. Thank you.
June, thank you very much for your time. We've got to move on.
Yeah.
I know we could speak all day, but we'll try and pick up some more of this
Thank
in
you,
the
Steve.
margin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tim Stonehouse. I work at Vertex as the International Head of Regulatory. I'm also chair of the BIA Regulatory Affairs Advisory Committee. Been doing that for a few years now, which is very rewarding. And I have the pleasure of chairing this first session, which is titled Getting UK Clinical Trials Back on Track. And I think probably everyone in this room can understand and believe that having an effective and efficient clinical trial process from front to back is key in terms of delivering medicines for patients and in terms of having a healthy life sciences industry. And what I mean by front to back, I mean in terms of the submissions to MHRA, to regulators and to ethics, to setting the studies up at the NHS and at sites, and then in actually running the studies and closing them down. So really a front to back process. And in this session, we'll hear from different perspectives from key stakeholders. This will be followed by a panel session where you'll get the opportunity to ask some questions on those key topics. The detailed biographies of the speakers are all in your pack, and I will briefly introduce the speakers as they come up. So first speaker that we're happy to have here is Lord James O'Shaughnessy, who will be speaking who is the author and of the UK Review on Commercial Clinical Trials and a senior partner at New Market Strategy. So, James, please come up and your talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, Steve and the BIA, for the invitation to speak to you this morning about the review. I am going to try and... there we go. Right. So, it's a real pleasure actually to be able to follow June, and I think that there was something you said at the beginning, which was the MHRA's focus on UK competitiveness being the driving force, an animating force actually for the MHRA as it is today, and that is in a sense what lies behind the review that I'm going to talk about shortly, because the reality is, as is well known, and I'm having had a very optimistic talk from June, I'm going to sort of bring the tone down a bit first, and then it's going to rebound a bit to something a bit more positive. But the reality is that there was only a clinical trials review because we had a problem. You don't ask people like me to do independent reviews if everything's going swimmingly. And so this was the review that I was commissioned to lead with support from the Office of Life Sciences in January this year. The process kicked off. And I know that there are lots of people in the room who contributed to that in one form or another. I just ring the commercial clinical trials bit because it was very specifically about our commercial trials activity that we needed to address, and I'll go into why in a minute. But the critical thing in doing so is in improving our commercial clinical trials activity. As I was extremely conscious that what shouldn't happen is a displacement activity, a sort of zero-sum game of just moving trials activity from one arena, industry-sponsored, from another, academic or NHS-sponsored. So this is about growing the whole pie, and therefore almost all the changes that I recommended as a result of the review are intended to be a rising tide that lifts all boats. So, but just want to kind of bear that in mind. This is the burning platform, as we understood it, why we needed action, a fairly significant decline in commercial industry-sponsored trials. Depending on your metric, it's somewhere between 40 and 50% from 2017-18 onwards, and the UK falling down international rankings as a place to do business in these later staged phase 2 and phase 3 trials. Noting that, again, that the phase 1 trials held up pretty well, both in numbers and in international ranking. And I think that reflects the fact that we continue to invest heavily in our science space, and of course early phase 1 trials are a kind of natural extension of that kind of activity. It's when you get closer to the NHS, frankly, and when you get closer to industry that our performance had declined. One of the principal reasons for that was that it has become a much more difficult place to set up trials quickly. And if all the metrics that one has to consider in this field, that is by far and away the most important one that was reported back to me in the dozens of engagements with industry sponsors and others that took place. If you can't compete on speed, then people will go elsewhere. And one of the partners or contributors to the review submitted evidence that the UK was the second slowest place in Europe to do trials. Well, it's very difficult to sell yourself as a country if that is your key performance metric. The other is that this is just a huge missed opportunity for us. The decline in trials meant that we had missed out on hundreds of millions of pounds of income. So we can think of patient benefit first and foremost for trials. We all are familiar, I'm sure, with trials that haven't gone ahead or haven't gone ahead in a timely way. That means that somebody's condition, a patient's condition, declines to such a point where they aren't able to take part in that trial, and therefore their prognosis is severely impaired. Truly heartbreaking, and there are thousands of instances of that. And we know about the benefit for UK PLC of having foreign direct investment. But the thing that really struck me was the financial income that the NHS can generate from commercial trials. And at a time when there is fiscal pressure, as well as pressure on health services, that is just something we don't have the luxury of saying goodbye to. So we need to do that to get income. We need to do that to get more patients onto the trials for their own benefit and for the UK PLC. And we also need to do it for the benefit of clinicians. They want to do research. We need to make it easier for them. And one of the things that I was kind of struck by very positively is what I described in the review as a kind of latent entrepreneurialism. There is that desire to do research, if only we could make it dramatically easier, without compromising safety, of course, for them to do so. So those are the burning platforms. And I don't need to tell this audience about how important this sector is, but it is worth pointing out that even though commercial clinical trials are only one small link in the chain, June talked about the whole panoply of the work that the MHRA does, and clinical trial approvals is only one part of that. But I genuinely believe it has a sort of outsized importance as an indicator of the health or otherwise of the UK life science ecosystem. And fundamentally, it's impossible to view a successful UK economy on a long-term, sort of 30-year time horizon without life sciences being one of our most important industries, probably alongside the financial sector, green tech, and so on. So we've got to get this right, and clinical trials, as I say, is a sort of beacon that tells about the health of this sector, which is one of the reasons that we need to address it and radically improve our performance. And like with all these things, you're constantly looking for inspiration from elsewhere. Spain. We all want to be more Spanish. That is basically the, if you want a shorthand for what we should do next, look to Spain. We are missing out on big investments in clinical trials, clinical research activity that are going to Spain because they have made a strategic decision that they are going to be absolutely brilliant in later stage clinical trials. Australia has done the same in earlier stage trials, supported it with R&D tax credits and the like. Other countries like Poland who I mentioned before, have very high recruitment numbers and speed to recruit into trials. countries like Denmark have published new guidance on decentralized trials, new approaches to trials. So there's lots that we can look at from abroad without having to kind of be even creative, just to say, if we do what they do, then we will perform better. And of course, we have extraordinary instances of our own success in country. The experience of COVID is an interesting one in the sense that on the one hand, we were clearly able to do things in the face of a public health emergency that we hadn't done before, and to act in ways that transform the lives not just of people in this country but abroad. Of course, it was a mixed blessing in the sense of lots of other clinical research activity got paused. So we have to be a little bit cautious, I think, about over-interpreting our experiences. But it clearly showed us what's possible. And by the way, we have some pretty big public health emergencies at the moment because about 200,000 people die of cancer each year, and think about all the other diseases that people die of. If that's not enough for us to think about having a very ambitious approach to setting up trials, then I don't know what is. And there are lots of good examples that we have already about that sort of dramatic performance, if you like, whether those are disease areas or parts of the country like Manchester, new endeavours like the NIHRB part of research cohort, or whatever it is. These all point the way to how we are going to succeed. And the challenge, therefore, of a review like mine is how do you systematise that? How do you go from instances to generalities? And that was one of the challenges we grappled with. So, in terms of the findings and recommendations, I structured it around sort of 8 problems. I thought that would be an easy way to understand what we needed to address, and just to be frank about the challenges, and I'll go through these in more detail with the key recommendations. I realise this is a conference about regulation, and regulation is not the be-all and end-all in this subject. So you have to bear with me as I focus on things that are non-regulatory. I hope that's okay. But first and foremost, regulation actually is probably the biggest part of this, solving this problem, making sure that the UK is a quick place to set up trials and thinking about all the elements that can cause delay and trying to address them. Having a much better transparency and data about what is happening in clinical trials. It is actually really hard if you're a patient or a clinician, a researcher, a sponsor, to find out what is going on. Transparency, of course, would lead to much better accountability so that those that are successful actually get rewarded and invested in, and those that aren't get challenged. There is a really big challenge that we need to grapple with still about the profile that research has in the NHS as a whole. It doesn't, frankly, have a very high profile, and we need to think about what we do about that, both at system level and also for individual clinicians and how they respond to patients. There is a big opportunity that everyone is aware of, and everyone talks all the time about our data, but we aren't walking the walk on that. And there are opportunities to do trials differently, particularly taking account of our primary care capabilities, as well as new technologies that enable us to do very large trials, even population scale trials, in a radically cheaper way, which is something the UK should be able to do. So, what should we do about it? Well, you've already heard from June that the MHRA is back on track, and I can't overestimate how important that is. And I think you've been incredibly frank, June, about the difficulties that the MHRA had with the backlogs. But that now is back on track, I think, as of the end of last month. And so the now is to move towards the future and how to get a really radically quick turnaround time. I know the question wasn't asked of me, but somebody did ask a question about staff numbers and the MHRA. Let me just say this. Not the MHRA's decision, but the decision to cut the MHRA that was made in the not too distant past was an act of bureaucratic vandalism that we should not repeat. If you want to have a strong mixed economy, you need to have world-class regulators. We have one. Let's not go backwards. So we need to go forward on the MHRA and to give those, with the HRA, to give the resources that they need in order to provide world-class performance, and then to also think about what setup processes look like at hospital level. Actually, I know, and maybe this is something Lucy will talk about shortly, the huge advances being made with transformation of the National Contracting and Value Review so that the hospital setup side of research is radically easier, which means that more researchers and more institutions can take part. Then this point about data, I sort of in the review talked about clinicaltrials.gov.uk, the fact that the review is predicated on ABPI data, not government data, and the fact you have to go to an American website to find out about clinical trials is clearly completely unsatisfactory, and we should be able to bring data from all the relevant parties, the regulators, the department, NHS, sponsors and so on, to create that synoptic real-time view of what's going on. And I genuinely believe that would be a transformative outcome from this review. We also do need, I think, a greater national ambition for what we want to do in commercial trials, which in a publicly run system does involve targets. And I know they're not popular, but nevertheless, if you want to value something, you have to count it, and then you have to set ambitions for how to grow it. That is about clinical trial activity in general. It's about commercial clinical trial activity specifically, but it is also about the proportion of NHS time and money that goes on R&D. If we want to be a life science superpower, more NHS funding has to be spent on R&D. It has to dramatically outperform the economy average, which at the moment it doesn't do. This point about is a follow-on really about prioritisation within the NHS. I appreciate, of course, that frontline pressures make this feel like a difficult or maybe a luxury of a thing to do at the moment. But every developed economy is suffering from the same pressures of waiting lists and demand as we are. And others have been able to buck the trend, as I mentioned, Spain, Australia, and others, in the amount of clinical research that happens. So I do not think that is an adequate excuse if we go through with these changes in order to capture that world-class status that June was just talking about. This point about incentivization was a tricky one. I'll be honest with you. There was a sort of school of thought that we should go be like the Americans and just pay clinicians into their pockets to do clinical trials. I felt that was kind of countercultural for the UK, but I did think a much more explicit distribution of funding, particularly going to, somebody came up, one of the contributors came up with this nice idea of a PI box, which could actually be used to invest in research nurses or other capacity building at unit level, which would help them build out their clinical research activity, and also much more of a clinical trials pathway, a new academy. The workforce plan actually does talk about, it's only one line, but it does talk about a new pathway for clinical researchers. This idea that clinical research, but also commercial clinical research, should be a high status part of our workforce seems to me essential, because otherwise it will not be a career path of choice. I'm really encouraged by the work that is going on at the moment with the NHS app. I don't know if anyone has seen or clicked through or even joined the Be Part of Research cohort that's signposted in the app. But the vision over this in 30 million phones, I think, is that right? Something like that, 30 million phones. So most adults have got this on their phone. The opportunity at the moment is to be part of a cohort, but in time, the ability to toggle your preferences on availability to be contacted for research, availability of your data for research, to be mediated through your smartphone, seems to me an amazing opportunity to communicate with people directly about the benefits of clinical research, which isn't something we have continued to do post-COVID. COVID was a transformative moment, I think, in our understanding, general understanding about the power of clinical research. But you can't just assume that that will stick in people's minds. We need to keep that going. We need to work with the medical research charities to campaign on it. And I know that's something the BIA is very passionate about. And critically, we need to take that out to different communities. We all know the problem of lack of diversity in trials, the impact on health inequalities, and there's a moral urgency to do something about it. There is also an economic urgency. It is a superpower of the United Kingdom that we have such a heterogeneous population. It gives us the ability to do trials with genetic archetypes who will be apparent in every single market in the world, and that should be a massive selling point for us, as well as taking research into the communities whose health needs are greatest and therefore who will benefit most. And so the expanding diversity, there is every reason to expand diversity and to make that a critical part of what success looks like in the UK. I won't labour the point about data. I've talked about this idea of sort of prior consents and escaping this kind of Kafkaesque situation where you have to ask someone in advance about whether you might in future request that they might be part of research, which is sort of, the more you think about it, the more mind-bending it is. I'm not a clinician, I'm not a researcher, I say this as a policymaker, I say this as a citizen, I think there's actually an ethical imperative to ask people if they want to be part of research, if it might improve their health. I know I feel like that. I know, if you look at polling, that most people feel like that. And we have to address some of the information governance barriers that have, I think, been artificially put up to stop that happening. But we need to take the public with us. And one thing that I am very passionate about, to the point of obsession, is this idea of a massive public participatory programme. I think by not asking people what they want to happen, we have cleared the way for cynics to come in and cause havoc about what can happen with your health data. If you ask the public, we heard about the MHRA's public engagement programme, we know from what has been done with Genomics England or through One London programme, lots of these instances, the public come up with sensible answers. And you know what, we're a democracy, we should want to know what they want, and once we know what they want, we can deliver it for them. And then finally, I've talked about the importance of primary care, about taking research out to people, about decentralising new forms of clinical trials. Again, this should be a huge opportunity for us. Just one final problem statement, which was around the recommendation, which was around clinical trial acceleration networks. It struck me that one of the problems that we have is we have a research infrastructure which is largely distributed on a regional basis. But if you are a patient with metastatic breast cancer, what's the most important thing you care about? Is it where you live, or is it the disease you've got? And if you're a business which is developing a new therapeutic, what's the most important thing about your trial participant? Is it where they live, or is it the disease they've got? It's obvious. It's also obvious that we need to address big life science opportunities and big health opportunities that overlap with one another, like dementia, obesity, and so on. And we don't really have an infrastructure that serves that need to connect patients to industry around diseases, or that connects strategically between our life science priorities and our health priorities. And that is what the CTANs are intended to do. There's lots of questions that people have about them, because we only had a couple of pages in the report to go into them. But they really are, I think, an important platform for how we would reconceive how we fund disease. And then just finally, to finish, a few reflections. Very strong support from the government immediately afterwards, and indeed considerable funding for a sort of big 5 recommendations to be taken forward. And you might hear, I guess, from Lucy some of what is happening in that front. There was some focus on clinical trials in the workforce plan. A question I'm always asked is, why didn't you say anything about protected time? And I reflected on that quite a lot. And the reason is, quite simply, that time is already meant to be protected for research, and it is honoured in the breach. And I don't think just saying it needs to be more protected is likely to lead to any change. The overall approach has been to try and clear out the bureaucratic undergrowth of what it's like to set up trials and unleash that inner entrepreneurialism that I talked about, that I do believe exists in the research community. Maybe that's the wrong decision, I don't know, but we shall see. We've also got to get through to that double doubling. I think that is the bare minimum of what we ought to expect, and the latest data, as I understand it, although I haven't seen the most up to date, is that we're not quite there yet. We also need to make sure this is UK-wide. The DAs have not got comparable funding, but we want this to apply to all 68 million people of the United Kingdom, not just England. There's not much in there on mental health. I don't know if that reflects a blind spot for me or just about the clinical research community itself, but I certainly got hauled over the coals when I went down to King's about that the other day. And we've talked about CTANs. And then I suppose the final point is how to make sure this stays as a first-order issue. There are some very big topics out there that the government is grappling with, and maybe you would say that clinical trials are a second-order issue rather than a first-order one. But I happen to think they're incredibly important, and we need to find a way to maintain interest in this subject so that it gets addressed. I think everyone wants to go in the right direction. That's not a problem. I don't think anyone's weighing anchor or holding back. But it needs impetus from all parts of government on a consistent basis. And one part I think that this group can play in that is to just keep government, like I'm trying to do, keep government honest about delivering on the commitments that it's made in response to the review. So I will leave it there, and any questions, I guess, we'll deal with in the panel. So, thank you.
Thank you, James. That was really, really good, really interesting. I'm now calling on Professor Lucy Chappell, who is the Chief Scientific Advisor for Department of Health and Social Care and Chief Executive of the National Institute of Healthcare and Research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really good to be here today. For an audience who I hope are as engaged, as enthusiastic about this topic that really matters, I think, to all the speakers this morning. But my job is to really tread the line between realism and optimism, which I think you've heard some of today, but also not to be shy of the ambition that we think you have and James has set us, and to be very clear about our intentions to go further, faster, wherever possible. So, this really builds on what we have heard from all of you as the essential work that was stood up in March 2021. We know that we pivoted in the UK to COVID research and were world leaders, and that was recognised as absolutely essential. But in doing so, there are people in this room who I can see who recognise that we then needed to think about the future very clearly, to recognise our strengths in our science, our research delivery and the NHS, and then to say, but what are we going to do and can we grip it? So the future of UK research delivery was set out with that in mind, followed up with an implementation programme. I've learned in my 2 years in this post that it's not good enough to have a strategy. You need to actually get on and deliver it, and that's what you all expect. It was really crucial to us that it was cross-sector and that we were not doing things in a Whitehall bubble. We knew that that would never stick. And so the buy-in that we got was absolutely crucial. And these are the 5 themes that were set out. And it is really important to think about how James's review very much interdigitates and gives us the mandate to really accelerate that. And because I can assure you that the real willingness amongst so many people is there. But James is right, we really need that political momentum and the buy-in of all of you to take this further. So you've heard about the importance of the workforce, the clinical research being embedded in the NHS, the need for it to be people-centred. We should have that people pull and we should capitalise on it even more. The idea that what we managed to achieve in COVID should not just ping back to its pre-pandemic, we should retain and go further on as much of that as possible. And the real recognition that unless we embrace data and digital, we're just going to be left behind. So just to think about where James's review landed, and I am clear that this is a moment where we should all be aligning, harmonising and seizing this, because as June said, I caught at the end, if not now, then when, as in, we've seen what our competitors are doing. We cannot be anything but front-footed. So really thinking about how these strands should weave together. I completely think that we need to challenge ourselves first. There are if not all, a very high majority of us who do this. No single person and no single organisation owns the whole of the research ecosystem. So the only way we are going to achieve this is by all team members pulling in the same direction. When I came in, there was a tendency to finger point at one bit of the system and say, it's them, it's their fault. We need to move away from that and say, unless we are all pulling the same way, we're never going to achieve. So this was very much both the bringing together but not shying away from saying we need to tackle the challenges. And I think that they are both possible. So Research Reset was this programme that started in around February, May 22. Louise Knowles is in the audience and came to me and said, Lucy, we need to do something. And she was right. She knew her data And she absolutely convinced me that we needed to act fast and act hard. And in the early days, we were lobbied quite hard along the lines of Lucy and the NIHR are closing our studies. That wasn't what we were about. We were about the research vision that James has encapsulated that said we've got to do something. And as a researcher myself, I could see it. So there is no point in having studies that were designed in 2016, 17, 18 that were in delivery but had completely stalled, wrong question with the wrong clinical pathway of no impact to patients. So with the help of many people in this room, we did something about it. And that graph on the left really shows how our red time target studies really came down and our green hit 80%. And that was by lots of levers in the system. It was also by asking our sponsors, both commercial and academic, to do what I call is good portfolio management. You should not have studies on your portfolio that are just clearly not delivering and are sucking up resource. And I don't think that's any part of our future vision. So that wasn't a flash in the pan reset. It was how we expect working in future. And we've embedded those terms and conditions in the refresh of the portfolio status. This was, I am very clear, I keep on sending messages out to the system that this is for good and that we expect at least this level of portfolio. So I do not want to say this is about doing the easy, low impact, low science studies. Quite the opposite. We should all have a mixed portfolio and have space for that ambition of driving forward innovation at the same time. So what does this look like? So I'm going to come back to that need for team play because if it was one organisation with all the levers, do you know what, we could do things differently. But we're never going to have that. And it isn't a dream that we should aspire to because it's quite right that the regulator is independent and that should be seen as a strength of our system. So you've heard from June what the MHRA has done and what they've turned around and what they fully intend to keep on track at a run rate. And with support, and I really echo the point that we cannot let this one just slip back or be de-resourced at this point. We need to double down on that. The combined review was set up but has now gathered momentum and is firmly embedded. And it's about different ways of working. So rather than having this really frustrating linear sequential model, it's about saying there is the scope to do in parallel. We need work by everyone. So as an investigator myself, I think we need to understand what each of us contribute. So we are not looking for unnecessarily overcomplicated designs, particularly for later stage studies, which should be sort of moving towards impact, which are going to go through lots of iterations. I'm fully aware of the challenges when you're running protocols off global design, but there should be ways, it should be in everyone's interest to go for deliverable trials that really speak to better ways of working across the system. So we are clear, and you've heard from June, you'll hear more from Janet about how we intend to continue with this, but it takes everyone. So it takes everyone not nitpicking, thinking about efficient design and being on the same page. ILAP again, and with IDAP to follow, is clear about how we want to see that pull through. So reducing those barriers and thinking about, is this working for everyone? And if it isn't, how do we iterate as a system rather than just sort of sinking down to the sort of lowest common denominator? The Fast Track Research Ethics Review and the levers and incentives that we've put into the system at DHSC says that these ones should continue to be fast-tracked because it's no point in having a fast track and then hitting a slow track. I could make references to HS2, but I won't today. So I am heading to Manchester later and to talk to the team who are delivering those clinical trials, including the commercial ones, and I'll tell you more about the tracks then. So I think it really says that if we've got drivers into the system to see that momentum, then we've got to make sure that it works all the way along, including in site setup. So the investment into the Integrated Research Application System, or IRAS, are welcome, and that is sort of matched by the digital infrastructure, which is a really ambitious programme that DHSC are investing in through the NHR. As James says, our ambition is to have that real-time tracking. We've got 6,000 studies in our portfolio, so it's not just a sort of, not something we can do overnight. We have to go through commercial procurement. I wish it was different, but we have got to go through that routes, and we all know why that's important. But the money is completely committed, and it's the vision that I have, both as a trialist, but more importantly, as head of NIHR. So these are the National Contract Value Review slides. It's a good sign when the team that support me send me an update this morning and say, Lucy, would you like to know the latest data? So we've really pushed hard on NCVR, and with it should move to an approach from every single one in this room and all of your community to say this is the right way. So I have suffered from the doom loop of contracting, costing, and I think the unnecessary work that goes alongside it. I've sent out the SOCAT to sites and they are nitpicking with my SOCAT. Do you know what? I've said I've got a zero tolerance to that, and I need everyone to agree for that. So the update from the team is that we are seeing not just the early right signals on how NCVR is reducing time to set up, but they're saying that the data cut that became available yesterday is completely supportive on a larger number of studies. And they are going to send out a press release any day now to make that clear. So our ask of you is that you all use ICT with the multipliers and NCVR, and we have got our sites signed up to NCVR, and we need you to place your studies there. So I will take this is how you work, and we need to make it clear that that is in everyone's interest. So none of us need to be saying, oh, can I just change this one thing? Because otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, unless we have a completely clear view. I talked to somebody setting up some early phase studies who works with Australia, and she said, we don't bother to negotiate because we know there is no negotiation. So I have a view that sometimes people are doing that negotiation because they think it makes them look as if they're employed and doing a job. And I get that, but actually we've got a much better system available now, so we don't need to. So if everyone is clear about that mandate, then we can all go forward, but we need you to be placing your studies in sites that are doing NCVR. So this will all land in October, and we are aligning with this the concept of unified contracting. That this is going forward in several different ways, which is probably right. We may harmonise it into sort of one route, but we are exploring a couple of options at the moment, particularly with negotiating with a lead site and then looking at the ways by which other sites trust that lead site to get it right. Using the same finance appendix and the multipliers. Do you know what I really think? I do mainly non-commercial. I want this. So, and I want this for non-commercial because the more we get it accepted across the system, the more it will be the only way to work. So I'm completely delighted that we are using commercial as our exemplar, but I want to embed this across the system. So I think it's a question of what other drivers can we put into the system. The opening of the associate PI scheme to commercial is really strong, and the interest I've had on this front has been really warming. So it goes to what are we doing with our workforce, and the answer is we are normalising participation in commercial trials. Why are they treated as any different? They shouldn't be. And in fact, we should see that pull through from associate PI stage into PIs. The other thing I'll mention is clinical research practitioners, and this goes to the point that at the moment, even with all the announcements yesterday and on the workforce more broadly, we have to look at our task sharing. And in my lifetime, in the last sort of decade, seeing the emergence of CRPs and the opportunities that this gives at a time when we're not poaching from the NHS, we are opening up the opportunities to graduates. And I think CRPs we should completely support as a concept. So very happy to see this. I should also recognise our close working with the RLS team in NHS England and across the Accelerated Access Collaborative, because unless you see that join up, if we have unintentional valleys of death, then it's not providing the answer. So it's not just about the R&D, it's also about the pull-through. And the reason I was late this morning was I was in a minister meeting on this very topic about how do you stop seeing it in silos, how do you create the bridges that pull through, and particularly pull through into the NHS. So having the support from NHS colleagues is absolutely crucial. James mentioned be part of research, and for me this is absolutely crucial. So as a healthcare professional myself, my vision is that we have that pull from patients and public, and we just continue to socialise that. We've seen this for ages in oncology. PDONC is held up as the exemplar. We should see it in every condition. We should see patients and the public demanding this access to research. And the GMC guidance, the Health and Social Care Act that embed it for ICSs, we should all be using as drivers to say, it's in there in black and white, we need to see it. Just to be clear, we have no board metrics that require it, and the concept of carrots and sticks continues to be thorny, but we should be clear about access to treatments should be a driver for patients. So where are we now? These are the latest data publicly available on our research status report. And I want to go back to what James alluded to. This is not about slices of the same size pie. This is different. This is about raising the floor. So I want to take you along that top line of figures, 73,000, which is actually higher than our pre-pandemic numbers of 61,000 per month, up to 80,000. So it is very clear that recovery, this is not just green shoots, this is well and truly embedded, and we are seeing that appetite. But also, just as importantly, is that bottom line. So we are seeing that rise, and this is what we need to maintain. So we need to capitalise on that momentum. We need to get the message out that this is the direction of travel, and that we are very clearly open for business. And the work that MHRA and colleagues, including HRA, are doing is part of that. So if everyone leaves with a snapshot of those figures in their head and continues on a virtuous circle, there is much that we can do. This is our recruitment to commercial studies over the last 7 years. Just to be clear about our numbers, this figure is in the research status report. So you can see that there was a peak at 2017 due to one large study. You can see the dip in COVID as things were stopped. You can see this is our commercial. So you can see that COVID commercial contract research happened, and then you can see where we are recently. So we've got to be clear about the numbers that are happening at the moment, and be clear about our message that we are on the up. But the other bit that is important is this graph, which is studies that are on track or past planned opening date. So there is no commercial at the back of the queue. It is the other way round. So if you look at the top bar, our commercial contract studies that are on track or in the blue bar is actually highest of all of our three. So, I think that is partly due to the incentives that we put into the system earlier this year and continue to be clear about. I do get sort of from the academics and charities, are they left behind? No, this is about improving the delivery for everyone. So the future of research absolutely hinges on continuing to embed the research culture across the health and care system. It's really obvious, and if you go to our website, NIHR Embedding a Research Culture, you see all the evidence that I've asked to be placed on that page. Better patient outcomes, better for retention and recruitment of the workforce, which is so crucial, and better for the health and care system. So it isn't good enough anymore to say that we can't, we haven't got time to make research happen. We haven't got time for research not to happen right now. And with the health and care system as it is, research and innovation are part of that solution. So I stand here as a clinical trialist myself. This is part of my portfolio. It's reducing now given the workload that I run. But I run drug trials in pregnancy across the UK and globally. So I see what the need is at first hand, and it makes me even more driven to deliver it for everyone and to make it completely clear that commercial clinical trials are part of that. So we need to be bench to bedside, campus to clinic. We need to capitalise on our strong science base. We need to recognise our research delivery system and ensure that they are delivering and that every aspect of that network is delivering. We need to think about NHS as our partners. We need to work with our regulators, think about industry as a core component, and bring the patients and public with us from conception, design, delivery, dissemination. So thank you very much for that. I think I'm going to take a couple of questions now because I am going on to chair the UK Clinical Research Consortium, which is shortly, which is the group that you want to be, and some of you will be there, I know. And then I'm going to Manchester to talk to them and to present some awards, because if we carry on calling out the good work that is happening, we will carry on driving this forward. Thank you.
Any questions for Lucy? Thanks, Lucy. That was really, really inspiring. That was really good. Any immediate questions?
Gosh.
No?
Stunned into silence.
Oh, no. Sorry, there's one here. I wasn't looking that way. Sorry.
Hi, Susie Meyer from the University of Bristol Translational Research Office. Prior to working at the University of Bristol, I was actually in clinical research within the NHS, and I feel like the sort of elephant in the room here about the UK performance in clinical trials is Brexit. I mean, up to 40% of the staff in the clinical trials unit that I worked in were European nationals, including myself, who have since left. And, you know, not to mention, say, all of the strikes and stuff that we see from clinical staff. It almost feels like clinical trials are a luxury when you're struggling so much with basic performance. I'd like to hear your response to that.
Thank you. I think it's right to name the headwinds, but I think we have to be very proactive about how we find a suite of solutions to them. I'm not going to fix Brexit, but I think that we should think about where the opportunities lie, not just the threats. So I think what I've seen, for example, from MHRA and what they did both in COVID and post-COVID about positioning, given that we're not going to row back on Brexit, it's like, well, where do we create those opportunities? I work in London. I'm used to a very diverse workforce, and I think that's a strength. But we're going to have to work harder at growing our own workforce. Ironically, in the workforce that I see, not just in London but around the country, research is a real opportunity to avoid exit and hemorrhage, so to avoid burnout. So I see hybrid roles, and I think we need to keep positioning, working with the NHS, as I say, to avoid that poaching concept, that interdigitalisation of clinical and research roles should continue to be normalised. And I think that's why routes such as the CRPs, the clinical research practitioners, start to say, we don't have to do it how we've always done it. So, for example, the concept of more decentralised, more remote monitoring, more primary care, more community care, means that I'm not looking for exactly the same model of a very secondary care-centric, high load, high patient load, high healthcare professional load trials. I think I was the National Pregnancy Lead for Recovery, and I saw at first hand how we just use different ways. So I need everyone to come with us, and it starts with design. You design trials for the way that we're delivering care now, which is very different. I think of respiratory and how a lot of things where we were bringing patients up for repeated visits into a secondary care setting, and therefore that needed a certain workforce, should be done differently, enabled by those more innovative methods and enabled by using our workforce in a smarter way. So it's not a single magic wand. I don't think any of us are going to have that or pretend that we have that. But I do think we've got the opportunity with incremental changes and then using the sort of bigger wind of change that we have now, particularly with, this is a focus of ministers, and I and many others are doing everything they can to keep their foot to the floor to make this change happen and to continue to thinking about it in 6 months, 12 months, whatever may come. This isn't a political issue. This is about health and care for the population, and we need to make sure that we work with our political masters, but also that we talk about the foundational importance of it.
Thank you. One final question at the back, I think.
Hi there, Hilary Leishing from AstraZeneca, Director of Science Policy. I have a really quick question, and it's great. I think the focus on commercial clinical trials is great, the O'Shaughnessy review is great, the government's response also great. What would you say is the top priority for the second O'Shaughnessy response that's coming out in autumn?
That's a good question, and I think James set us a challenge with a suite of recommendations, and we've got Charlotte Taylor as leading on us, and she comes out of the Antiviral Therapeutics Task Force, so she comes out of living and breathing this through COVID. So we've got two necessities. We've both got to have foundational actions across quite a range of areas that really work to raise the floor, because and we've got to think about priorities. So if we just go for one or the other, we run the risk that we can put everything into one shiny area, but actually it's hampered by not addressing the ecosystem elephants. But actually, if we only go for ecosystem, then it can feel too much like sort of, oh, it's just more of the same. So I think our challenge is, can we do both? And along the lines of the previous questioner, have we got bandwidth to do both? So we've got bandwidth and ambition from from my perspective, but we need to bring everyone with us, we've had very useful engagement to date. So I think it's a considered question. I won't pretend that the health and care system challenges are not really front of mind at the moment, and so it's a question of what do we sequence and when, and show deliverability. If we write warm words and I don't think that they're matched by a delivery plan, do you know what? It's pointless. So for me, it's about really stretching that deliverability and making sure that we've got some targets and that we hold ourselves, which we're doing at the moment. And that's why, do you know what? We're just making our data public. It's not about what they show, it's about being transparent about it. So that's slightly sitting on the fence for at the moment on purpose, but I'd be interested and very happy to engage with people on whether you think that's about right, that we have to make sure that we are not leaving us exposed with some bottlenecks, because we've seen through that actually can almost make things fall over. So let's take everyone with us and think about which areas of focus we work on.
Okay. Thanks, Lucy. I think that's all we've got time for, unfortunately, but that was really useful. Thank you. Great questions. It's been on the screen a while. It won't be a surprise that the next speaker is James Pound, who's the Deputy Director of Standards and Compliance, MHRA. Thank you, James.
So it's also interesting just looking at the photo that we chose to use, because obviously I look slightly different at this point. So,
I was going to mention it.
yeah, that was an innovation of the pandemic. So as well as all the other work the agency did, I managed to innovate a beard for myself over the pandemic. So it's great to be here today. So good morning, everybody. You might be wondering why somebody called Deputy Director Standards and Compliance is talking around clinical trials. So I remember speaking on behalf of the leadership team within MHRA on clinical trials, but I was brought in from another part of the agency, and my day job relates a lot to our inspections work and some of our laboratory work, but to really help support them to take a cross-agency approach to addressing what were clearly some significant challenges in performance in the agency for clinical trials assessment. So today what I'm going to talk around, we'll cover three things. I'll start off talking around the recovery to our performance for clinical trial assessment, how we stabilise that, how we get to a sustainable and optimised future. So that's building out from the response that we had to improve recovered performance. And then that being a foundation for a future optimised model for clinical trial approval, very much aligned with Life Sciences Vision and the O'Shaughnessy Review, and very much echoing the points of colleagues around the alignment across the other parts of the healthcare system, and that real focus on system-wide collaboration. So work through those three parts. And obviously the benefits that brings not only to the work we do at MHRA, but collectively the benefit that brings to patients, the life sciences ecosystem, and the wider UK economy. So if I start with the performance recovery, so what's quite useful to start with is just to consider what the baseline is for the agency. So the agency receives significant volumes of clinical trial applications each year. That's both for the initial applications and then the corresponding amendments to those clinical trial applications. So in total, you can see that's well over 7,000 applications the agency receives a year. And they will require varying levels of assessment across the core technical disciplines, clinical, non-clinical, and pharmaceutical assessment. And you can see the breakdown by the relative phases on those charts on the screen. Then the statutory timeframes, which we must comply with, are 30 days for initials and 35 days for those amendments, and that's set out statutorily in the Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trials Regulations 2004. So I guess the key point I'm making there is that there's a significant level of demand in terms of the quantity of applications received, but there's also a really important pace element to it in terms of how rapidly we turn around those assessments within those statutory timeframes. But alongside that, there is also a really important upstream element, which is the pre-submission scientific advice the agency provides to stakeholders. And it's the coupling of those two things together that provides the really effective service from the agency. So the graph on the screen you can see now is slightly replicates some of the data you saw from MHRA CEO Dame June Raine, but perhaps presents it slightly differently. So that shows the cumulative number of assessments that the agency has completed for both initials and amendments over the course of the last 2.5 months. And that number is now well north of over 2,000. And that includes the complete elimination of the backlog that existed in mid-July 2023, which at that point was very close to 1,000 applications. And also the applications we received between July and September and the ongoing processing for that, as well as from September the 1st, ensuring we meet our public commitment to assess all newly received compliant applications within those statutory timeframes. So that 30 and 35 days for the initials and the amendments. This represents a very, very significant increase from our normal level of throughput for clinical trial assessment. And it reflects the agency taking concerted, urgent, and targeted action to address delays in clinical trial assessment, and the significant impact we understand that was having on the delivery of clinical trials in the United Kingdom. I've included a link at the bottom side of the slide there to our regularly published performance metrics, so they're published monthly. However, I think this graph better illustrates the sheer volume of activity that the agency has been undertaking in our crisis response to addressing this issue at pace and at scale. So your question might be, how did we go about achieving this? So in mid-July 2023, the agency convened a cross-agency response group to take very rapid action to address these concerns, and that group reported directly into MHRA CEO Dame June Raine. That group was at certain points meeting at least twice daily to be tracking very rapid action the agency was taking to address those backlogs in delivering. And there were three broad elements to our response. Firstly, resources. So clinical, non-clinical and pharmaceutical assessors, as well as support staff from across the agency were redeployed into our clinical trials assessment team. And that was in a risk-managed and phased manner to ensure that we also continue to deliver on our other core agency activities whilst boosting resources for clinical trial assessment. Now, these staff that were redeployed went through structured training and had ongoing support and mentoring from our expert assessors to ensure that they were able to undertake the activities required. And we targeted that redeployed resource on the less complex, the lower risk assessments, and that enabled us to free up our expert assessors to focus on those more complex, higher risk trials and making best use of their skills. Additional recruitment was also activated to increase the resources in the assessment teams as well as in our support functions. We also recognised that we had to improve the level of communications with stakeholders, not only on the bigger picture of where we were with responding to the backlogs in clinical trial assessment, but with specific information in a timely manner on the status of individual applications in that backlog, both for the initials and the amendments eventually. And that was implemented as part of this response, are working with our communications and customer experience teams, as well as with other government departments. So really bringing all the communications infrastructure to bear to try and make sure we were keeping stakeholders updated, both on their own trials, but also more collectively. And I think that's a very key learning for the agency from this response. Now, such a challenging situation can drive the need to really innovate and consider our assessment processes. So we set our very best minds to work in the agency to look at ensuring that our assessments were, first of all, always patient safety focused, but also risk proportionate. And that recognizing the tremendous experience of knowledge of the team, and that, for example, a first in human trial represents a very different level of uncertainty to perhaps looking at a trial using a medicines licensed within its license indication, for example, in a trial. Now, this enabled us to develop a more targeted assessment approach, and that was very much related to the level of risk and uncertainty, and that maximized the use of additional information, for example, from other regulators to help inform assessment decisions by MHRA assessors. Now, collaboration has been key in all of our work, and you will have seen that in the presentation from MHRA CEO as well as colleagues. And that's never been more vital than in the response to improving clinical trial assessment performance. And we very much worked with our partners across the system to help reduce those delays. This included making use of our own external advisors on the Commission for Human Medicines to advise on those risk proportionate assessment processes, as well as with colleagues in the NIHR to rapidly establish a really unique collaboration that enabled us to access their wide clinical network to provide additional clinical expertise that, again, help support and inform the assessment decision by the assessment teams in MHRA. So that takes you through how we address that backlog and move to a sustainable position. So perhaps let's talk a little bit around how we're going to keep that sustainable and sustained going forward. So the first thing I wanted to raise was our public commitment that all new, fully compliant clinical trial applications received from the 1st of September 2023 will be assessed within their statutory timelines. And what we've done to ensure the delivery of that is put in place a very effective and precise performance tracking process to ensure this happens. And to date, 100% of both the initials and amendments received since the 1st of September have been assessed within those timelines. We are totally committed to ensuring that this continues to be the case going forward, and a range of the measures that we employed during the response over the summer will be retained to safeguard this commitment. So the recovery of performance has given us the foundation on which to build our sustainability and optimise future for clinical trials. We are recruiting additional assessors and support staff, not only to ensure the long-term sustainability on assessment, but also that vital upstream pre-submission scientific advice that I mentioned at the start of my talk. And we know from feedback from stakeholders that that's so highly valued. So the feedback during assessment, but also pre-submission advice is highly valued. And we will also sustain and further develop our communication strategies for clinical trials, including specific, timely, and transparent communications to applicants on the status of their applications with the agency. I talked earlier about the further development of our risk proportionate assessment processes, and that is something that we will build on and further refine, using an ongoing triage process to assess the level of risk and complexity up front when we receive applications, and that informing risk-appropriate and streamlined assessment where relevant, as well as the development of upstream guidance to better enable applicants to avoid common grounds for non-approval received for applications, and the implementation of our new notification scheme for lower risk trials that the MHRA CEO, Dame June Rain, referenced at the very start of our presentation, that will help accelerate clinical trial approvals and which we'll be launching towards the end of next week. This work has been the product of the deep experience and knowledge that the team at MHRA has developed, as well as with the advice of our external experts, and I would like to credit Dr. Andrea Manfrin and Dr. Sally Dowen, who are the leadership team for the clinical trials at the agency, for the development and implementation of this progressive and innovative approach to assessment. So we published the response to the consultation on legislative proposals for clinical trials back in March 2023, so earlier this year. And that set out a number of key themes which we've talked about today. Ensuring patients and their safety are at the focus of all clinical trials, and that the benefits of clinical trials are for everyone. Creating a proportionate and flexible regulatory environment, cementing the UK as a destination for international trials, and providing a framework that is streamlined, agile, and responsive to innovation. Our expectation remains that the new regulations will be prepared for Q4 of 23-24, so by end of March 23 at the latest. And we are working to review and consolidate the learnings and innovations from our recent work on improving assessment timelines and how they can be incorporated into these future regulations. Taken together, the resources, communications, processes, and regulations will ensure a fully sustainable and optimised model for clinical trials, aligned with the wider system and key UK government initiatives around the Life Sciences Vision and the O'Shaughnessy Report. So system-wide collaboration in conclusion. So as we consider the importance of alignment across the system in our earlier presentations, I wanted to highlight some of the key ones for MHRA. So you can see our work with HRA on combined review, and I'm sure Dr. Janet Messer will talk a little bit more about that, and we heard Professor Chappell talk about that previously, as well as how we will be working together on the recommendations of the O'Shaughnessy Review and the recovered performance being the foundation for starting that work in earnest between the organisations. Collaboration with NIHR and that partnership that we've developed and ensuring alignment across the pathway from regulator to implementation of trials. Collaboration and communication with stakeholders, so something that we recognise that we needed to improve on and will continue to do so, and the value we place on the constructive feedback of stakeholders of how we need to improve, and how stakeholders can be involved in the co-creation of that supporting guidance for those future regulations, and then thinking more broadly internationally, and the international fora that we can participate in to progress that progressive regulatory agenda for such as ICMA, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, ICH, and you heard reference to the ICH E6 guideline on good clinical practice, which the MHRA contributed to very strongly. And then the opportunities to work with some of our peer regulators. So the Access Consortium, the opportunities for knowledge sharing, but potentially even greater opportunities to work together for the assessment of clinical trial applications. I want to thank you for your time this morning, and I hope you found that relatively brief update on our response on clinical trial assessment delays. I very much look forward to the rest of today's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, James. That was great. Good to see what the direction the MHRA are going. So now our next speaker is Dr. Janet Messer, the Director of Approvals at the Health Research Authority. So, Janet, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So one of the advantages of being the last in the session is that you get to hear what everybody else has already said. And actually, we collaborate very well together, as you've already heard. So the good news for you guys is that we've collaborated on our slides, so we do know what we were all talking about beforehand, and I haven't had to do a quick revision of my slides as everyone else was talking. The Health Research Authority is primarily an England organisation, but we work very closely with our colleagues across the UK to provide a UK-wide research ethics service. So from a regulatory perspective, which of course is the focus of our conversations today, our main regulatory function is to provide research ethics committees and other reviews that our staff undertake on behalf of the NHS. However, we have a really important second regulatory function, which is to coordinate and standardise regulatory practice for research across the UK. And a lot of what I'm going to focus on in this presentation is about that role in coordinating and standardising, which is very much about that collaboration that you've already been hearing about. So I'm going to focus first on some of the things that we've already done, some of which we had already started before before Lord O'Shaughnessy started his review, but also much of which is in response to that, to show you what progress has already happened, and then I'll briefly touch on some of the things that we're starting to work on that you should look out for in future days and weeks. I'm going to start with some numbers, just as you've seen from others. And it may seem a little unusual to present a slide about combined review, which just has the research ethics timelines in there. But I wanted to do that to show you that although you've heard about the delays and the difficulties that MHRA experienced in clinical trial assessments, whilst that was happening, our research ethics committees maintained their performance of their bit of the process. And the reassurance of that is that now that MHRA's timelines are back on track, that means we're in a great position to really make a real difference with a combined review process, where a single application and a coordinated review that takes assurance from each other and makes sure that we don't give you contradictory queries really will help you to get your applications through that regulatory approval process quickly. But not only do we have a standard research ethics review process, we have a fast-track process which we initiated some time ago and is specifically available to those studies that are globally competitive, which is basically commercial studies and a small proportion of non-commercial studies. And you can see there in orange the reduced timeline for those fast-track studies. The eagle-eyed will spot there's a bit of a blip in the middle there. And I'm showing that deliberately because during that time we went through a deliberate small reorganisation in our operational team to make it work even more efficiently. And sometimes that has a small effect on our timelines, but it was literally a few days difference that we made. So we were able to go through that process with our staff and make those changes. And that means that we're in an even better position to continue to work really efficiently and effectively. And so you can see as we go into the end of that graph, the data from the end of August, that our fast-track process means that our ethics committees can review applications for commercial studies in 20 days. I hope you can see that that's a really powerful performance time. Now, clearly there's a time for sponsors to respond to any queries that are raised, and so the total time that is the statutory requirement is 60 days. But with an ethics review timeline of 20 days, that gives us plenty of scope to ensure that you get your study up and running well within 60 days, and indeed to continue to drive those timelines down to make sure that studies get set up really quickly. You've seen a little snippet of this slide already, and I wanted to put it up again as not to duplicate the message, but actually to enforce that point about collaboration, because this National Contract Value Review process, which addresses the delays in costing and contracting, is a real collaboration between many organisations. So our participation is in providing standard model templates for contracts for all types of commercial trials for across the UK. And those model contracts mean there is no requirement to negotiate the contents of a contract. And our new National Contract Value Review process means there is no longer a need to negotiate prices either. So we now have a single contract and single costing model that works across the NHS in the UK. No more local negotiation about prices. It stops debates about what goes into a finance schedule because we now have a new standard finance schedule to that contract. And Lucy was alluding to the new data that we have. I've seen that data. This doesn't just reduce timelines by days, it reduces timelines by weeks. Real weeks and weeks of difference in the time to set up a study. But we're not just interested in supporting ordinary standard studies that take place in big NHS trusts, big secondary care organisations. Again, as Lucy referred to, we have a real focus on encouraging and enabling you to do innovative trials. And this points to some guidance on IRAS, which is about how you can run decentralised models of trials, how you can run hub and spoke models so that patients can be referred from one place to another, or you can recruit in one place and then follow up in another place, do scans in a different organisation. All of this is really important because it means you can spread the load of where the research is conducted across the NHS or indeed outside the NHS where that is relevant and appropriate. And our regulatory guidance helps you to ensure that you do that in a way that is compliant, but actually helps you to make sure that your research meets patients where they are and maximises the speed that you can get that study delivered and completed. We've been working with the Clinical Research Network on a new service to help you to find, recruit and follow up patients. Our part in this is to be helping them with making sure that those processes, those services that are offered are compliant with information governance aspects and that it's done in a way that addresses patients' perspectives. But together we're producing this new service where the Clinical Research Network will be able to advise you on the best way to use digital means to identify potential participants, to contact them, to invite them to take part in research, and to be able to get follow-up routine data without having to drag patients back into the clinic every time you want to do a follow-up from them, because you can use routinely collected health information. And then the final area that I want to talk about of work that we have been completing is around people-centred research. This is something that we put a particular focus on over this last year, really exploring with patients and with researchers in collaboration. What does people-centred research really look like? And that's important because if research is people-centred, then people will want to take part. It will become easier to recruit people because they'll want to find out about research. They will want to take part in that research. And we've identified some key principles of what people-centred research looks like, and we'll very shortly be publishing our insights from that work that will take you through the hallmarks that you can pay attention to make sure that your research is designed in ways that will be appropriate and attract people to take part in that research so that it gets delivered quickly. And most importantly, that those results can then be implemented to improve the health of patients. So what are the things that we're working on now? And I'm just going to take you through a few areas that for you to look out for in coming months. We have just started rolling out some new principles and standards for participant information. What we have been hearing, partly through our people-centred work, is how much people find it difficult to understand what's put in front of them when they're asked to participate in research. And I've seen some really interesting examples from a number of companies recently where they've actually really recognised this and they've talked to patients and found out what matters to them when they're trying to decide whether to take part in a trial. And these new principles and standards take that information and set it out in ways to make sure that what you provide as sponsors is participant information that will help people to make the right choices for them about participating in trials. We are, of course, working very closely with the MHRA on the new clinical trials regulations that you've heard about. And the particular areas that we're bringing into that mix is making sure that our new regulations support that people-centred approach, that we really encourage proportionality, and that we build public trust through our new regulations. One particular area that we're working on with MHRA is around equality and diversity. And we're developing with MHRA a new inclusion and diversity plan. You may have heard about FDA's similar work that has focused particularly on ethnicity, and we're going much broader than that to look at inclusion and diversity in a much wider way to make sure that we can provide you with supportive guidance so that you can design your trials so that they include all the relevant people that that research is intending to address and the results are meaningful for the patients that they're intended for. And then our particular focus in coming months is around study setup and recruiting in the NHS. We're doing some work that we've already started on how you can identify participants in research in ways that meet information governance requirements, but address those points that James was talking about earlier, about the difficulties that people tie themselves in knots about what they're allowed to do or not allowed to do, and we'll be producing some recommendations and clear guidance around that. We're also looking at how we can further expand and embed the processes that we have around pharmacy and radiation to make sure that we reduce the burden on the NHS and we maximise the do it once for all approach that we have. And we're beginning to look at how we can do that on information governance as well. We know that, the NHS tends to tie itself in knots around information governance, and we're beginning to look at how we can address that as well. So I hope that this has given you a flavour of how collectively we are collaborating together to make it easy to do good research that the public can trust. And I look forward to your questions as part of the panel. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So if the panel can come up and have a seat. So in addition to the panel of speakers, we're very lucky to be joined by Dr. Lucy Allen, who is Director of Research and Healthcare Data at the CF Cystic Fibrosis Trust. And just first of all, I'd like to invite you, Lucy, to give your thoughts on what you've heard and or your perspective on clinical trials from a patient organisation perspective.
Thank you, and lovely to be here. So my role within the Cystic Fibrosis Trust covers research and healthcare data. So I am responsible for overseeing the UK Cystic Fibrosis Registry, which is a database of all people in the UK who have cystic fibrosis and contribute their data from their routine clinical interactions into a database. I also oversee all of our research funding, support our involvement work stream, so that is making sure that people within the CF community have a voice in defining our research priorities, what research we're funding, and also how it's delivered. And I also am the director of the UK Cystic Fibrosis Clinical Trials Accelerator Platform, which was cited in obviously James's report as one of the examples of excellence in terms of delivering clinical trials. So I was really pleased to see that. And it was a very nice moment. So our Clinical Trials Accelerator Platform is a network of 27 research active cystic fibrosis centres. It's through that platform we fund research coordinators and research nurses at each of those centres that mean that we can really effectively deliver research. So the recommendation to deliver more of those, I think, is really exciting. My question is, how do those accelerator networks integrate with the rest of the research infrastructure? We've really struggled. So my background is I used to work with the National Institute for Health Research. Ironically, I was approached by the Cystic Fibrosis Trust when they wanted to set up the Trial Accelerator platform, and our response was, we can't help you. We've got the Clinical Research Network that does that. From a rare disease patient perspective, actually having that on-the-ground expertise of your patients is crucial to delivering clinical trials effectively. The CRN, Clinical Research Network, is great, but it has its limitations. There needs to be an open arms approach to working with the patient organisations that want to set up these types of networks. I think one last comment before I finish. I really appreciate June's comments around the MHRA looking to speed up trial recruitment and setup. We have a very, very recent experience of missing out on a trial that went to America. It was looking to be the first genetic therapy trial to open in the UK for many years for cystic fibrosis. We were told that the company was struggling to recruit in America. We scrambled across the Clinical Trials Accelerator platform to set up sites as quickly as possible. We had a patient ready to go. We missed out on that because the Americans had caught up. So it is a real challenge for us making sure that we can get these studies set up so our patient community can benefit from that.
Thank you, Lucy. Before I open to questions from the floor, just one question from me. I think we've heard a huge amount, and it's been really great to hear the kind of multi-agency approach and everyone's kind of working together. which is great. And James O'Shaughnessy, you were talking around what we can learn from other countries as well as kind of good practice. So I guess out of everything you've heard, or everything we are currently doing, or is there an additional one thing we can do that would, from your perspective, that would help make clinical trials even more efficient in the UK? So asking you to prioritise, I guess, in terms of one thing. James, you're looking at me, so...
No, well, but it was that, it's sort of like you've got 27 children, but which one's your favourite? So I get asked this about the recommendations. I'm going to give a cop-out answer, but then maybe a semi-answer. So the cop-out answer is those recommendations are not of equal weight in the sense that ultimately site set-up times, which really comes down to MHRA, HRA performance, and then set-up times at hospital level, which we've heard lots about this morning, and lots of cause for encouragement. In my mind, I think of them as being like half the problem. Okay, so the others are important, but I think what I hear from the likes of everyone in this room is you've got to sort that bit out first, and kind of the rest will follow. However, it is our decline in commercial clinical trial activity is multifactorial, and therefore there is a reason why there are 27 recommendations, not 5, which is that you have to address all these things together. And so I think it is, and actually to Lucy's credit, she did say that. You can't just pick off sort of one or the other. You do actually have to look at the problem in the round and then have a strategy and see it through over time. So that's my cop-out answer. My attempt to answer your question would be patient pull, what you were describing. I'm a patron of the Test-Agile Brain Cancer Mission, and unfortunately through that route, sometimes get people who will come to me and say, "Oh, I've, family member or friend or whatever has got brain cancer. Can you tell me how to find a clinical trial?" Well, it shouldn't help. It shouldn't take having to talk to somebody who might know somebody who might know somebody who might know somebody to work out if there is a trial that is suitable for you. That is all information which somebody somewhere has and which should be published as soon as it is available to do so, at a level of depth which includes inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, biomarker, all the information required, so that anybody can go and find out what is going on and then actually become a demanding consumer of clinical trials to create that pull through. So for everything, the one thing in a way it's almost easy to ignore is the potential for patients to drive the change that we need. And I mean, that's what Lucy has given kind of voice to, I suppose.
Yep, great. That's a great answer. Thank you. Janet, I'll look to you. One thing. What would be the priority for you?
So this perhaps is also slightly a cop-out answer, but actually I think one of the things that we really need to do differently is to be able to communicate better about all the things that we're doing. It is actually really hard to find out all of the possible services that are available, all the possible ways in which you can seek advice, and actually what is okay, as opposed to all the people who tell you, "Oh, well, I've never done that before," or "Well, I'm not sure that that's okay." And actually being able to find out what it is possible is not that easy. And I think we have a long way to go to say actually how we can do things well, and that we can therefore take courage and have the confidence to try new things, be innovative, and do research in different ways that will actually help us to work really fast and efficiently and meet patients where they are.
Great. James, one priority for you?
So I'm going to follow the theme and cop out.
Okay, I can follow the theme.
It's interesting. So I am relatively newer to the clinical trial space, but one of the things that comes across so strongly to me from both my experience within the agency, but also then with other partner agencies, is that system alignment part. So you've got a complex system around life sciences, clinical trials, etc. So no one part of the machine can turn the direction in the way we want it to. It's those parts working in concert and aligned, and that linking into how we communicate about that, I think, is the kind of underpinning part that makes all the other parts happen. So I think that alignment is key, and I think you can see the evidence around where that is happening, and also the ambitions to build on that existing collaboration and really embed that even more deeply, I think.
Okay. Lucy, maybe you've already told us, but...
Yeah, I think joining up that infrastructure is really important. We need to work better together. We need to be driven by the patient voice as well, so making sure we're working with patient organisations where we can.
Very good. Okay, I'll open up the questions from the floor or from the room. Any questions? Martin there. Oh, okay. Sorry, you're next. Sorry, Martin.
Hi, thanks, Tim. Thanks, everyone. I'm Martin O'Kane from Novartis, but latterly MHRA Clinical Trials. Just continuing the theme that you just spoke about in the infrastructure, Lucy mentioned that no one owns the research ecosystem. And if you go back 20 years, there's always one part of that research ecosystem that is a bottleneck. So 20 years ago, it might have been MHRA, then it was ethics, then it was R&D approvals, contracting, NHS, et cetera, et cetera. So my question is, should someone own the research ecosystem? Not to point fingers, and James, you mentioned accountability, which of course is really important, but accountability can be reactive. So who will untie the knots in the system? I think all the work that's been done over the past 5 years has been fantastic in terms of collaboration, but I think maybe some more support to ease that might be useful. So that's the question. Should there be someone who owns the research ecosystem?
Janet, yeah.
Just to be clear, I'm not putting my hand up for researchers. I'm going to suggest sort of two answers to that. First of all, actually, I think Lord O'Shaughnessy, to some extent, has taken some of that ownership. And I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to him for actually doing an incredibly good job of really listening to all of the voices to understand what needs to change. And I think that has been incredibly powerful. But alongside that actually what's happened in response is that the Recovery, Resilience and Growth Programme, as a collaboration of organisations, has come together and is working in ways that we've never done before. And that means that actually, because it isn't possible for any one organisation, for all sorts of regulatory, political, organisational reasons, to actually own everything, but actually by bringing people together under a single umbrella in a collaboration in which we're working together is making a real difference.
I think that's right, actually, because, and although it's a sort of incredibly boring answer, but that cascade of accountability through committees and groups and actually all the way up to the Life Science Council, which does provide some external accountability, which I think is really important, having sat through the one in the end of May just before the review was launched and seeing the extent to which ministers were being held accountable by global CEOs and so on, it was quite something to behold. So that sense in which you're sort of cascading down from there. I mean, I'm obviously have a policy background and I've been a minister, and I would say that ultimately that accountability has to be driven from, or accountable to and driven from ministerial offices. And at the moment, that is split between DCIT and the department. And I genuinely don't know if that is the optimal way of doing it. I mean, be careful of the sort of in my day kind of thing, but there always used to be a minister in the Department of Health and Social Care who was responsible for life sciences. It was David Pryor, it was me, it was Nicola Blackwood, it was James Bethel. And I don't know, I sort of felt that model worked, but it's great that we have a department that is concerned about science, innovation and technology. There just probably might need to be a bit more synchronicity between them and the Department of Health.
Okay. James or Lucy, any thoughts on
Just
this
to be
question?
a little bit controversial, I think there are challenges with something being owned, because then things happen behind closed doors. So my slight nervousness at the moment about the way that Lucy presented what was happening with the review and their response to your fabulous report is that actually who are they engaging with to drive those recommendations? I would like to think that as an organisation that set up something that's been recommended as part of that review, that we're being consulted about that. They can share and learn from what we've done already, but that doesn't feel like it's happening. If it's not happening in that one area, how is it happening across the rest of that review? So I think that's the challenge, isn't it? How do you get the right people inputting into something that's owned by an individual organisation?
James?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is I think is that point around that kind of shared ownership around collaboration. I think there's value in having accountability that's very direct, but also recognising in a complex system there's always going to be elements of shared accountability, and I think that transparency and the openness part I think is also really key to that too.
It's such a broad, expansive thing, different activities, isn't it? Having one person overviewing it, or one group overseeing it could be problematic. Next question. Lady at the end.
Thank you. I'm Maria Beatrice Panico, Sendia, and ex-MHRA with Martin before. I would like to ask the panel to comment a little bit about the support for small, medium enterprises. For the MHRA, I would like to hear what is being done to improve the timelines for access to scientific advice and ILAP, because these companies are those where time is essential, because if they miss a milestone, they can just go bankrupt. They don't get their investment. And then in general, I would like to hear what your opinions are regarding support and incentives for them, like discounts for clinical trial authorization application fees, the ability to append an SME status to another UK companies, etc. Thank you.
James, any?
So number one, I think that scientific advice is something that's really critical. So if we are to realise the ambition of MHRA as an enabler for the sector, then that is something that is, we are trying to boost, and we recognise how valuable it is to folks. It isn't just getting your marketing authorisation, it isn't just the approval of your clinical trial, it isn't just the inspection happening. So I think we recognise that, and obviously we had the funding that Dame Jean referred to from the Chancellor to help boost our support for bringing new technologies and medicines to patients. So that is helping to boost the support for scientific advice through the Innovation Accelerator. So as part of the agency's transformation, we established a group called the Innovation Accelerator. That's something that will be covering both the medicines and medical devices arms of the agency. And that's something designed to help be that gateway into the agency for all that supportive advice, but also then helping to signpost and guide folks into the relevant regulatory pathways. So whether that's through ILAP, or as we've heard this morning about the launch of IDAP for medical devices, as well as other schemes such as EAMS, for example. So I think that's something we fully recognise, and there is investment going into that, and I think that is echoed through clinical trials as well, that our assessors have rightly, I think, been focused over the last couple of months on making sure that we reach statutory timeframes for the approval or the assessment of clinical trial applications. But I think we recognise we need to be able to then take some of that resource back into the scientific advice part so that we're able to provide that upstream advice. That benefits us too, because not only does it help folks get it right first time, that saves us for when we're having to do those assessments, to be having to raise whether it's grounds for non-approval or RFIs from our assessors, and that taking longer for both parts of the organisation. In terms of incentives, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure I'm necessarily the best person to answer that. The agency has, its fees are set out in statute, and obviously they're subject to consultation. They are set currently in line with what we've had for the last few years around clinical trials. And there are steps to review the future fees regime. I mean, obviously a key point for us as a regulator in a public body is to ensure that ensures cost recovery, so it's the cost to deliver the service. But I think there are interesting thoughts around how perhaps you can incentivise perhaps how those SMEs, whether it's through the fees related to the regulatory activity or perhaps other financial vehicles that could help. That, I guess, is an interesting question for discussion, perhaps from other panellists.
Yeah, I think for me as well, I think there were some discussions on fees a while ago around ILAP, and that was obviously something that was, if those fees are ILAP are low or non-existent, then that certainly I think would help. Or IDAP now would certainly help those SMEs as well as others. Any other thoughts on this, or this is probably just an MHRA question?
I think as a funder, I was reflecting actually during those presentations that it's part of our responsibility to make sure we're aware of what those regulatory pathways are, and that when we get SMEs coming to us who I guess we assume have the knowledge of the regulatory landscape, might not have that, and we should be helping, guiding and support and providing that, I guess, signposting process as well, so making sure that the funding that we're giving to research is actually going to be impactful because it can get through that pathway into the clinic as well. So.
Yeah, and that's one of the things on scientific advice for me is there are a lot of SMEs out there that obviously BIA are representing who don't have that regulatory knowledge, because it's not for a lot of companies it's not the first thing that you kind of invest in. It's kind of further down the line. So that level of advice and getting that advice can be really key for those groups. I think it's a great question.
Just to add, now, I think that communication point is really important. So I think making sure people understand what avenues are available to them and the routes about going about that, that's something perhaps we think people are aware of, and there's some assumptions there, but actually better communicating and promoting those. And we have used in the past, for example, in the predecessor to the Innovation Accelerator, we had the Innovation Office, that published a number of case studies to help try and illustrate to people what's the benefit of coming to the regulator early in terms of streamlining the process when you then start to come to us, whether it's for a clinical trial or for setting up a new manufacturing site, for example. So I think those are things that I think will be helpful for us in the future to start to do more of. Those case studies are getting out there to promote those avenues, and that gives the visibility, I think, to folks across the system.
Great. Other questions? Look at this side of the room. I've been ignoring this side. I apologise.
Hello, Peter Clark from Osborne Clark. I'm not ex-MHRA, just to sort of... everyone's mentioned decentralised clinical trials, but it sounds like only Denmark has come up with some guidelines so far. So I'd be interested to hear from the panel what people hope can be achieved with decentralised clinical trials, particularly with a sort of focus on tech, AI, and wearable devices.
Who'd like to take this one? Janet?
I didn't want to give the impression that only Denmark had done it. There are others as well, but Janet will tell you all about it, I'm sure.
Yeah, so people do quote Denmark an awful lot and say Denmark is the only place that's produced guidance on decentralised trials, or that it's the sort of hallmark. I've read the guidance, and an awful lot of it tells me stuff that we do already in the UK, and actually we've done for many, many years. I suspect there's an element of the communication issue that I was talking about earlier, that we perhaps have just not made it as clear as we could, that actually we really welcome and are open to all sorts of decentralised models in the UK. And the guidance that I pointed to in my presentation, which is particularly focused on investigator oversight and organisational responsibility, so that you can make sure that you run those trials in ways that are entirely compliant and will stand up to any sort of scrutiny. But actually, the key issues are exactly the same, whether you're using a wearable or you're getting your results from a scan in a hospital. The integrity of your data, making sure that you understand what's happening with your data, where it's coming from, how you're using it, all apply in the same way. So, I would really encourage people in this room to explore and try out new decentralised ways of doing trials, because I think there are real opportunities to reduce the unnecessary burden on the NHS, and to actually think in a people-centred way about what is the way in which people would want to take part in this trial, what would make it easy for them to take part. Because if it's easy for them to take part, then you're more likely to recruit them, to retain them, and therefore get to the end of your study.
It's creating that pull, isn't it? Where people are talking about creating the pull into research. If it's easier for people, then...
Just to come in on DCTs, because there was a specific recommendation in my report about the MHRA and other regulators publishing explicit guidance. And I think your point, Janet, is not that there isn't guidance out there, it's just that I don't think it has been communicated or brought together and communicated specifically for this kind of opportunity or this growing niche. What we heard during the review was that at the moment, if you carry out DCTs as part of your clinical trial programme, they're effectively something of a luxury, because it is very unclear at the moment whether the data, as Janet described, that they generate will be useful for your regulatory package. So they can be interesting, they might tell you something you don't know, but they're not ultimately reliable. Clearly, if we want to move to a different model of clinical trials, it's not going to be suitable for everything, but it will be suitable for many diseases, that puts trials closer to patients, dramatically decreases the cost of them, which of course is important as well, then we are going to have very definitive guidance from regulators here about how to do decentralised and other sort of hybrid trials, so that everyone knows what rules they have to follow in order to take part in them, in order to generate regulatory grade data, which means that it won't be a luxury, but it will actually substitute for current hospital-based activities. That's what we haven't yet achieved, I don't think.
Any other? James or Lucy?
I was just going to say, I think when it comes to guidance from MHRA, you saw when we've talked about the future regulations, there's certainly the desire and plan from us where it comes to do the underpinning guidance, which has a degree of greater flexibility and future-proofing versus what sits in the core legislation or will sit in the core legislation, but the desire to work with stakeholders to co-create that. So I think there are opportunities to develop improve guidance, and I think there are always learnings about how the system or entities in the system learn and understand the guidance. You can push guidance out there, whether it has the impact you want. So figuring out the best way to communicate and educate the sector to be able to provide that upstream understanding ahead of the regulatory engagement, I think, were very important.
Other questions?
Hi, Claire McCarthy, Bicycle Therapeutics. A question about the clearing the backlog in clinical trials. You mentioned you used approvals from other stringent regulatory authorities to help do a risk-based assessment of that. Is that something that's planned to be formalised for clinical trials in the future? And then kind of to follow on to that, a slightly more controversial question. If there's going to be a reliance process for clinical trials and marketing authorisations, does that decrease the incentive for companies to follow pathways like ILAP?
So,
James, sorry, I thought,
that's okay.
That was obviously yours. Apologies.
Earning my wage today. So I think on the first one, I think again, one of the kind of innovations was to understand how we maximise the use of other sources of evidence to inform assessment decisions. It isn't a standalone piece of evidence, but it's taken holistically as part of the package of evidence that enables the assessment decision to be taken by the agency to either approve a trial or to issue conditions or grounds for non-approval. I think we recognise that there's a future for an approach that uses approvals in other regulatory regions. So you'll hear my colleague Julian Beach talk around that in the wider context around marketing authorisations. But I think it's something that all regulators are incumbent to consider about how we collaborate and share information together to ensure we avoid duplication, but we also learn from each other. That doesn't always necessarily mean you automatically jump to mutual recognition or unilateral reliance. I think those are part of a wider toolkit we have to ensure the supply of medicines, but also the accessibility or innovative treatments and devices to the market. So I think there's a selection of things. ILAP is something that is enabling those very innovative, cutting-edge treatments to be developed, but for other things it may be appropriate to use some of those reliance tools. So I think we're keen to further explore that specifically for clinical trials. I think that's both through assessment, but also the collaborative relationships with some of our peers. So there is a group set up within the Access Consortium, which are the regulators that June referred to earlier. And that's about information sharing and best practice. But there's always opportunities to see how that could develop in the longer term around collaboration on assessment as well. And I think we're ambitious about how those conversations can develop over time. So I think that was the first question. Could you just remind me what the second question is? Sorry.
Could using the recognition route from clinical trials and also, I guess, in terms of what Julian's going to be talking about this afternoon, discourage relevant candidates from using ILAP?
Yeah. So I think that goes back to the point I said that there's a toolkit of things, and I don't think it's about making sure that the unique attractiveness of the UK and the role of the MHRA as a regulator in being part of that is what draws folks in. You saw about the priority areas in our science strategy, whether that's around immunotherapies, vaccines, cell and gene therapies, genomics, etc. It's how we harness that system approach in the UK that makes us very attractive for some of these innovations, but that we've also got those additional tools to ensure we get products to the market in the interest of patients that can make use of reliance, for example, and that not only benefiting patients in the UK but internationally, because in many cases, we've got the approach of international recognition, which is a form of unilateral reliance, similar building out from ECDRP. But you also have mutual recognition. So in my home area, for example, we have mutual recognition around inspections with US FDA and a number of other regulators, and that brings efficiencies for both parties, but also brings us closer together in ensuring that consistent and harmonised international approach around many of the things, which is a benefit then to those multinational trials, for example, or commercial trials, where you're seeing that consistency of approach and then the data being appropriate to then go into marketing authorisations across the globe. So I think it's a tool in the box. It isn't the only approach, and I think it's about making sure that our national offer is also very attractive to draw in the applications to the agency and the investment that follows from that.
Yeah, I think for me, if there's an obvious attraction to ILAP, and there's examples where it has been used to get the ambition that June said earlier around 9.5 to 4.5 years. if there are examples of that, then companies should want to use it. So that I think, as you build and everyone builds their experience with iLab, then that's something that we need to look for. Next question with the.
Yanni Papakrivos, Autolus. Thank you for the great presentations and the optimism and enthusiasm you brought to the room. I just want to bring up something. We know that the delays and bottlenecks at the MHRA are not just limited to the clinical trial arena, but also other review obligations from the MHRA, such as pediatric investigation plans, inspections. I don't know about marketing authorization applications. Can you comment on that? Will these delays also be soon a thing of the past? Or is there more in store?
So,
James, sorry, James. Getting put on the spot, James. Pretty good workout here.
So I think the starting point is that the agency considers very seriously any delays to the services that we should be providing to stakeholders. So we understand where there is frustration. I think there are clear learnings from the experience on clinical trials, and I think those are the ones we'll be looking to apply to other areas. So first and foremost, I talked about communication. So I think where there are challenges in delivery that we should be communicating that very effectively, but also being open about the plans we've got to ensure return to performance. Now, some of the root causes of those things are things that relate back to the loss of numbers of staff, and you've obviously seen a lot of MHRA staff in the audience today. But we're really being very proactive about the recruitment. And there's an interesting comment in one of the earlier presentations, I think it was by Professor Chappell, which is around we have to grow our talent in the future. And I think that's something that we're really focused on because we need to develop the pipeline of assessors, inspectors for the future. And that enables us to deliver the service, not only the core services, but that upstream scientific advice. So, for example, one thing we launched recently was our first ever graduate recruitment scheme. So I think we are putting in place the long-term measures to address that. And I think it's about making sure that we keep the communications open with all of our stakeholders to show the progress on that. I don't have a kind of a magic wand that means I can make anything disappear overnight. But I think we can look at the success we've had in clinical trials and say, right, we need to take that kind of approach and apply it to other areas very surgically and with that laser focus. And when we've got it under control, it's making sure we have really rigorous performance management and monitoring so that any sign of a deterioration in performance we detect early and we take very quick action. So I acknowledge the concerns, but I think we've got a way of addressing those things, and I think it's about how we start to communicate some of those plans more widely.
Thank you, James. There's a couple more questions, I think.
Thank you. Hi, Amanda Hinsby from AstraZeneca. A couple of years ago, the patient recruitment centres was a huge launch from the NIHR, and I just wonder how they fit in and what the relationship is with the CTANs, whether they're still being promoted as a patient recruitment centre, how they work.
Janet, any ideas?
Unless, James, you want to go first?
Would you go first?
Okay. So an HRA is not responsible for or involved in the patient recruitment centres. However, I do sit on their advisory group and have seen the performance. And NIHR, in Lucy's absence speaking for her, is very conscious that obviously the patient recruitment centres very much came about during the COVID period and therefore were not really able to do quite what they were originally intended for. Having said that, they did pivot to a particular focus on commercial vaccine trials during COVID and were very successful on that front. And they're now coming through that process and it's opening their doors much more widely. And actually, in a sense, back to the communication point, to make sure I use this opportunity to encourage you to think about using patient recruitment centres, because these are dedicated centres that are focused on delivering commercial trials within the NHS with dedicated resources, so without all of the issues that you might find in other parts of the NHS. And that does mean that they are able to support quite a wide range of trials that are available. It's worth noting again in the concept of one of the many tools that are available. There are other facilities as well across the NHS that support the range of commercial clinical trials. But from everything that I've seen in some recent evaluation, the patient recruitment centres are now producing some really interesting data, and I'd encourage you to have a look at their offer and see whether it's suitable for what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, the PRC is a really important part of the ecosystem, but I think it is important to distinguish them from the clinical trial accelerator networks. Just as an aside, I actually really wanted to call them clinical trial accelerator platforms, but CF had already got there. So, because they are actually more, the intention is much more platform-like than network-like, because networks already run disease areas, but it is actually these are sort of trial and sponsor agnostic platforms around specific disease areas. And I think if there was the PRCs, like so much of the NIHR infrastructure, as Lucy was just telling us, part of, I would say, the reason they don't fulfill their total potential, we as a country don't fulfill our total potential, is that there is a sort of agnosticism about the kind of trials that they will support. Whereas there are other instances of platforms, like the cystic fibrosis ones, which have been set up around disease areas, which seem to me much more closely aligned with both the needs of patients and sponsors. And so we definitely need a kind of rich ecosystem of regional infrastructure that will support trials wherever they take place, and we need to count them, and we need to publish them, and we need to set targets for improving them and all the rest of it. But the CTANs are intended to do something different, which is to take what I think are the actual biggest drivers of interest in trials, to people with a disease, companies with the potential to treat a disease, putting them together and creating, almost kind of creating that spark, which we see with the CTAP, with the Accelerating Clinical Trials platform that Charlie Craddock has, and with a few others that are in there, the ones that are being built for the Moderna and BioNTech cancer vaccines. I see them playing an increasingly important role over time.
Any other thoughts? Final question. Sorry, we're going over there.
Right, thank you. Jay from AstraZeneca and ex-MHRA.
There's a theme.
Yeah, this is part of the problem.
But I'm not going to talk about performance. What I'm going to talk about is environment. So I've heard that we want to grow the clinical trials, we want to increase operations in the UK, and with growth we tend to increase our carbon footprint across industry and also with your various organisations. So would you please share what your plans are, if any, to help minimise the carbon footprint through the growth of the clinical trials in the UK? Thanks.
Wow. Any takers on this one?
So it's a really important question, and within the Health Research Authority we have a very active green group within our staff, and one of the things that we have been looking at is what part can we play within our remit to encourage people to think about the carbon footprint of what they're doing. And I've seen a few examples, and there are a number of companies who are really beginning to grapple with the carbon footprint of conducting trials. And I hate to say decentralised again, but yeah. I think there's a real opportunity to think about innovative models of trials, to think about reuse of data. If the data is collected in routine care, then why do we need to do a whole load of extra process, moving people around, moving data around in order to collect that information? If we can avoid the need for patients to travel so much and actually do things in more efficient ways with wearable technologies, bearing in mind that all things digital have a green footprint, then I think there is a real opportunity for people to think about both the people-centred and the green aspect of trials when they design trials, and that actually to realise that those two things fit together, that if it is green, then it is also much more likely to be people-centred.
Yeah. Brilliantly put.
Okay, any other thoughts today? Great, thanks Janet, that was a great answer, and something we all need to think about. With that, I'll bring the session to a close. Thanks very much for the questions. Thanks very much, a big round of applause to all the presenters who had a great session today. And most importantly, lunch is outside. Thank you guys.
tried to keep the balance, running on the blade. Memories are fading if you're standing on the edge. You were almost a lover, but we messed up. Never thought it could happen so fast. Yeah, I've been blind, now I'm broken. You were almost a lover to last, a lover to last. try to get it down. Oh, you fill my head with pieces of a song I can't get out. Can I be close to Can I be close to you?
I've been looking for you, just looking for. I've been looking for you, just looking for. I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you,
I'm ready.
I think we're always live, right? Nobody knows what anybody else is going to say. You should leave with that so people know. You can say wild I'll probably just do the slides. Yeah, exactly.
Break a leg.
Okay, if everyone can take their seats, that would be great. Just the last few people coming in now. We can get started on time, exactly on time, perfect. Oh, we better wait for June. Okay. Thanks very much, everybody, for a fantastic session this morning. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions, which will be packed full of exciting discussions followed by the Drinks Network. So session 2 is the International Recognition Framework for Medicines versus the National Marketing Authorization Procedure. And I'm very, very pleased to be able to be here to chair this session today. I'm Cathy Williams. I'm from AstraZeneca, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Reg Affairs Advisory Committee, RAC, at the BIA. So the MHRA, as you know, has created a new international recognition route for medicines, utilising pre-existing approvals from trusted regulatory partners, and we've heard some discussion about that already this morning. So from 1st of January 24, the new framework for international recognition will sit alongside the current national procedures. So our session today explores some of the practicalities around that and some perspectives from some of those trusted partners at different regulatory agencies. And so we'll go into the speakers first. We will have presentations from the speakers. Please hold and save, write down, memorise your questions, because all the questions will be in the panel session. And then we will have the panel come up and we'll have a good 30 minutes discussion. So Glenn Wells is on the programme for speaking first. Sadly, he is unwell. And so we have a very excellent speaker in his place, which is Julian Beach, who is the Interim Executive Director of Healthcare Quality and Access at the MHRA. And I'll hand over the presentation to you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'd just like to say that redressing the balance of this morning, I'm ex-industry. So I've now come to the MHRA, and I'm really proud to be there, to be fair. And it's a really exciting place to be. There's lots of things going on. You're never bored, I'll give you that. And I suppose one of the things I just wanted to share before I go into the slides, and it kind of leads on to the question from our colleague from Autolus earlier. For me, what is my vision for healthcare quality and access for the MHRA? It's reliability, predictability, being a very active global partner, having a strong strategic vision for innovation. All of those things really come together to drive me. That's why I joined the agency. That's why I do the job that I do. And it's really important for me that we have an agency which is doing the job that it needs to be doing, that we have said this morning. And I guess all of the things that we see, feel on a day-to-day basis, absolutely, things can improve, and they are improving on a day-to-day basis. And I guess really what I wanted to stress to you all is you have everybody at the MHRA's absolute focus that we will be delivering, and we are committed on a day-to-day basis. So the people that I work with and have joined and have the pleasure to work with absolutely do the job that they do because they are committed to do that work for patients in the UK. So for me, I just wanted to give a sense of, I guess, redressing the balance. In terms of the agency is really fundamentally changing and really looking to the future and how we can deliver that going forward. So to that end, we've got international recognition, enabling access to a UK infrastructure. What is its USP? So there's a few slides here, so if there are questions, I'm more than happy to take them. But equally, afterwards, my email address isn't that hard to guess. So if there was something that you wanted to ask me, then I'm more than happy to do so. So it's really just to make sure that it's clear that it's about openness, transparency, trying to be clear. Have we got all the answers solved yet? No. Are we actively working on them? Bet your life we are. So the approval routes for innovations into the UK, we've got a number. National applications, we've got Access, we've got Project Orbis. So I guess for me, there's three buckets overall. You've got a national route, you've got a collaboration route, and you've got a recognition route. And it's really how do we work with our partners in different aspects which support our national application route to bring those medicines for people in the UK. Okay? So I'm sure you're aware, but the ECDRP route was put in as part of Brexit to then fast-track approvals into the UK. It was always intended to be temporary, and then that will start its end now, this year, 31st of December. So after this point, we're going to be using the IRP. So international recognition uses one set of regulation. ECDRP was a separate one. The ECDRP part of the legislation in the HMRs is being withdrawn. And then mutual recognition, MRDC type applications will be accepted, and that will be expanded. And I guess it's really just to understand, and there's always the tension between a recognition procedure, a national application procedure, how that drives innovation. All those questions, they come to pass in terms of, for a company, which one do you choose? You want the fastest to market, you want a number of aspects, effectiveness, speed of, all of those, the advice that you could get as part of scientific advice. So all of those things are really fundamental to deciding which route that you would choose. So the benefits. So what does international recognition give us? Why would we want to do it? So as a regulator, it does mean that we have vastly more access to more assessors around the world because we can recognise other people's decisions. That fundamentally changes the dynamic of how many people are employed doing that assessment role. So coming back to it, we have recruited a significant number of assessors, and they are new in post. So where we see now, we are training quite a number. We've got a lot of experience there, which is supporting them. But equally, if we can utilise the support of our partner regulators, we would be silly not to. So what we're looking at is we're expanding the scope of those regulatory partners. So we call them RRs, reference regulators, out to 8. So that means the Access Consortium, including Japan, FDA, EU, Health Canada, Swissmedic, and I'm going to forget Australia, maybe, but there's 8 anyway. So when we come third, it's really about how do we align, but also with the MHRA's focus, how do we take what other regulators do? We want to get the most effective. Our USP is pragmatism. What's the most effective route? How do we make it translate to really clear patient safety decisions? How do we ensure that we reduce the workload of people compiling dossiers? All of that stuff helps us then work with collaboration partners. It also means that because we're relying on other decisions, we have more resources potentially for things like scientific advice, because we can prioritise certain aspects of that because we don't have to have the same numbers of people because we can use that reference, use those people. But there will always be a balance. And we can affect that because of timelines, in terms of a review and approval. Oh, hello. I hope you all were asleep, but now you've woken up. Now you can go back to sleep again. Or at least I can, anyway. So, international recognition, just really what we want to be focused on. I think I might start doing a dance in a second. Any more changes in lights? Right, so we're going to be looking to our expertise. What are we focused on? So that we've got 5 therapeutic areas or areas of innovation that we want to be looking at, as covered by June this morning. Really looking at vaccines, immunotherapies, biotherapeutics, cell gene therapies, diagnostics, data science, and not forgetting AI. We've got to be looking at all of those things as a real priority of where we see fundamentally innovation focusing on. And so the benefits for international recognition is it gives us the resources in a balanced way to be able to focus on those areas. And that's where working together as an ecosystem, we can then prioritize that. And it's obviously a discussion. So there's a few slides later on which is around how the ecosystem works together. But equally, we've got to be doing this in partnership. So we've put together a framework with people. We've had a lot of discussions over the summer. It started last year. So where our partnerships group have been leading us through, and with our assessor colleagues have been contributing into what we do, but to define what we think is the pathway that we want to do. Remembering it comes back to what I started about my vision, reliable and predictable. There's no point trying to be fast, trying to do everything and promise the world if we then ultimately don't deliver our promises. So that's really what I want us to be doing. We can then always iterate it, we can always change it, we can always do something with it, and we will do that in partnership with everybody. But it is fundamentally about being delivery, or having that deliverable coming out at the end of the pipe. So, why the UK? So regulation, it's embedded in healthcare. It's fundamental to what we do. But before I do that, I'm just going to come back to this and just give a bit of a sense, because I think some of the more detailed part of this. So recognition A, recognition B, we have 2 pathways, a 60-day pathway and a 110-day pathway. And really the fundamental is that we are looking to try to prioritize and fast-track innovations from partner agencies where, and a review has already been conducted. We know that that molecule has been assessed as safe for that particular market where it's coming from. We can use the structure of the documentation that's coming through. Safety data, RMP assessments, all those things are pretty consistent, and that comes through recognition A. We do have some challenges, and that's where recognition B comes in, so that we've got things where a potential question you might ask me is, why have we put a certain ATMPs, or why have we put orphan designations, or why have we put these other ones? And I'll happily address it head on. And that's because we want to be making sure that we're doing the adequate review and scrutiny of those molecules, because they have the potential to cause harm. And that's where we want to make sure that we have adequate reviews of that. As we get more experience, as things like our PICS collaboration for inspection increases, we have more standardization on ATMP inspections, all of those things, as they evolve, we will evolve the guidances, but it's more being very clear and absolutely transparent as to why we've put that in place. So that we have been looking at it from a point of view of trying to share on international recognition. So 14th of September, maybe the 13th, one day, I don't know. We did a webinar to about 700 people, when we've got another one planned on the 29th of November. So where we will be demonstrating the checklist, so that we are going through that process where people can see and feel how they will go into either route A or route B. And then internally, we're setting up the processes and practices to ensure that we are focused and delivering those decisions within the timeframes. So it's really just to give a bit of a sense of it, of what we feel with it. So as we come through, the UK R&D environment. Why wouldn't you? There is 5 billion overseas investment. There's an equal amount invested in the UK from more academic circumstances as well. So why wouldn't you invest in the UK we've got a lot of good things, and I think what we heard this morning is from the guidance on decentralized trials. We have been doing a number of things well for a while. but then maybe we can repackage them. We've got to be looking at moving them into I don't know, what is the new sales opportunity for the UK to move that forward? There is a connected infrastructure. We've got lots of world-leading type models, NIHR, catapults, a number of other aspects which do provide a real good aspect. And so where MHRA can support is to provide early support in regulation generation, where we can things like microbiomes or genomics or these other novel areas where we can start working with you to provide that guidance and standardization right now and be looking at that, what's not 5 years from now, what's 10 years, so that we can be then delivering that. So then working with these organizations, so again, you can see the trend for preclinical is declining, 16 to 20. The clinical evaluation and monitoring elements of it, the spend and the field weighted average is increasing. So it's not all doom and gloom to where we are. And I think some of the aspects that we work with in the UK, we like to be a lot of negative focused. We like to be critical, which is great. But we've also got to be looking at celebrating what we are very good at. So coming back to access across the system. So I know we've got some other speakers, so Nick from NICE in a second, but how NHS, NICE, MHRA collaborate, how we can enable these science-based innovations to function more effectively. That's clearly an area of focus and what we are actively working on. How EAMS designation, ILAP passports, Innovation Office, so Louise, who's here today, will do an absolutely cracking job in driving that innovation accelerator to move it forward so that where we are now with ILAP is we know where we are. Do we think we can improve? Absolutely. So then it's thinking about how we do that. And I think that's really where I want to be clear on, absolutely transparently where we are now, absolutely aware, and the questions and the feedback and certainly the comments that were made earlier, totally understand and support. But then we've got to be looking at how do we see that 6 months, 12 months from now and move it forward. So that then leads to horizon scanning, information sharing. So there's lots of things to which, coming back to the point was made this morning around GDPR, information governance, how do we free up certain things to happen? So how can we proactively put consents in certain aspects of an application process to enable that sharing to happen? That does trip us up. Certainly within the agency, it's something that we worry about quite a lot, is do we have that person's permission? Is that absolutely correct? Do we need to go and seek something else to share that information? But then horizon scanning, for me, also comes from understanding what all you guys want to do. So a bit of a sales pitch. I have been working with trade associations to look at what sort of applications we can expect within the agency this year, next year, 5 years out, so that we can resource plan. So it takes 2 years to train an assessor to qualify to assess a medicine. So if I've got a 2-year lead time, and we've all heard the number of ex-MHRA employees are in the audience, I've got to replace them somehow. So therefore, I need to be able to predict how many I need and when, so that a request from me to you is that if you can let me know how many types of applications, and then as we have more collaboration, we can discuss which pathway might be best for your company's molecules. That way we can be more resourced appropriately to ensure that we can deliver the service that is expected. Because it's a quid pro quo. So we need to be able to plan so that we can deliver. So then finally, I think international recognition provides additional choice and access for the UK market. It gives a lot of different ways of thinking about how do we collaborate. Is it going to be the only answer? No. Is it one of 3 different platforms to licensing in the UK? Absolutely. We want to be driving up support. So as was mentioned this morning, how do we improve scientific advice? Absolutely, we want to be driving that up so that we can then have right first-time applications coming in. Because that is something else that we do find right now, that right first time could be improved. There's a learning on both sides. If anybody's attended one of the clinics that I've done in the last year, I'm going to be doing one in a couple of months or a month's time again. Error rates, they're not changing that much at the moment. So it's how do we get those applications coming in which are right first time? And then how do we provide space to generate coordination so that we've got to make sure that providing access, collaboration has been said this morning. For me, it's absolutely critical that we go forward with that. And you'll be pleased to know that was my last slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thanks again for standing in at relatively short notice. And that's plenty of food for thought for us all for the panel discussion. And a very nice segue into our second speaker, who is Nick Crabb, who is Interim Director for Science and Evidence and Analytics from NICE. So over to you, Nick. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, well, thanks very much for the invitation to be here this afternoon. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. That's better. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about the international recognition routes in terms of their sort of impacts on the sort of broader access sort of pathway. Before I do that, I just wanted to very quickly say a few things about NICE and the transformation journey that we're on, and I think it does sort of relate quite closely to the agenda for today anyway. But what we've identified our sort of really primary audience for our guidance as practitioners and commissioners, with the task of getting the best possible care to patients fast while ensuring value for the taxpayer. So that's our overall sort of mission, and we do that by producing guidance that's hopefully useful and usable. We do that by focusing on what matters most. We do that by providing rigorous independent assessment of sometimes very complex evidence for health technologies, and also by encouraging uptake of the best practice to improve patient outcomes. One thing that's really clear is that the health system is changing a great deal, and we need to transform to ensure that we're making our sort of full contribution in the context of that evolving system. And the sort of things that we're sort of trying to respond to are, very, very real health service pressures. Amazing growth in innovation, and I think that's that's really evident, and the companies represented here are driving a lot of that innovation, and also I think the system, the healthcare system, has vast amounts of data available these days, and if we could somehow harness those into more of a learning sort of healthcare system, we could probably achieve quite a lot of improvements, and we're sort of we're content that our remit and what we're trying to achieve is appropriate and remains the same as it has in the past. But as the NHS transforms, we need to sort of meet new challenges, and we need to play our part in facilitating that. So to better serve the public, as well as the health and care system, we've identified 3 key areas for evolution. The first one being really focusing on what matters most, really understand those pain points in the system and try to do our very best to be helping in those areas. Highly relevant to the topic for today, I think is more timely and usable. We want our advice to be really useful, but we want it to be timely, and in many cases it has to be timely to be useful and usable. And we also want to really harness some of that data I was talking about to learn from that data, and also to learn more about our implementation and how we can improve the implementation of our guidance. So that's just a very, very sort of whistle-stop tour of what we're trying to do in our transformation. And I'll now sort of get into the international recognition routes. Now, I think the first thing, we've got a really exciting opportunity here. What I want to do, I want to sort of, I want to be really clear that we have got a great opportunity here, but I also don't want to shy away from the challenges, because I think there are some challenges, and some of them are relatively big challenges. So what I'm comfortable that we will achieve is earlier UK licensing of medicines, and together with the sort of the public health of the UK being fully protected by MHRA oversight, full oversight by the MHRA, and MHRA independent decision making. So I'm really confident that we'll be able to do that bit, which is why it's green. But if we think of other things that we can do through these international recognition routes as well, we should be able to achieve earlier patient access to the innovative medicines they need. And we should also be able to contribute to a more attractive UK life sciences ecosystem. So I think they're fully up for grabs. But we mustn't underestimate the challenge of achieving those objectives. One of the things we did in preparation for these new routes, and we are working really, really closely with MHRA colleagues in all of this, but one of the things we did, we looked at 35 recent appraisals that NICE issued, and we just sort of mapped out the licensing timelines across the 7 trusted regulators. Perhaps I'm missing one because I hear there's 8 now, but it was 7 when I was first putting this together. I think what's interesting is that there really is scope for earlier licensing, and the sort of typically the earliest licensing is the US FDA. Now, I don't think this says anything particularly about sort of the efficiency of the regulators, by the way. I think this is probably much more linked to company launch sequencing plans. So I'm not trying to imply anything about the efficiency of different regulators. But purely in terms of that time to license, we're seeing a sort of a mean time of 9.3 months earlier for the FDA license compared to the MHRA license in those in the small sample that we looked at, and based on the MHRA Recognition A, for example, which is a 60-day process, that means we probably could get sort of UK licenses 7 or so months earlier than currently through that route. So there is the potential for significantly earlier licensing in the UK. So that's all part of the opportunity, and as I say, I think it really is an exciting opportunity, and we need to sort of work together to grasp that opportunity. But I also do have to go through some of the challenges. These are the challenges very much from a NICE perspective. So I think the first challenge is just understanding the pipeline. The second challenge is less mature evidence. And then I think the third one is there could potentially be a bit of a surge in sort of UK licenses when these arrangements are first put into place. So they're the sort of things that we're really sort of focusing on, and doing our best to work with. So I thought it'd be useful just to show you a sort of an outline of the NICE technology appraisal process and why sort of advanced notification is important. So our sort of process starts around 16 months before the anticipated licensing, and it starts off with sort of horizon scanning through the NIHR observation innovation observatory, and that's really how it all kicks off. And then at different stages, different things happen, and at some point we formally invite the company to participate in a NICE guidance. We get submissions, we get an evidence assessment report, and what we try to do is to schedule our first appraisal committee meeting, and hopefully we only need one. Wherever possible, we hope to only need one appraisal committee, and we try to schedule that around the time of marketing authorization. And when that all comes together, we can issue NICE's guidance and facilitate patient access within about 90 days of the marketing authorization. But of course, if we think we're on this pathway, if we think we're at month 1 on this pathway, and all of a sudden a company applies for recognition via the FDA, for example, we might suddenly find that, in reality, we should be on month 12, but we think we're on month 2. And, that will inevitably lead to big gaps between MA and NICE guidance. So this is one of the things that we've really, really got to get on top of. And then the other sort of general area is sort of less mature evidence. So it could be that sort of earlier licensing could result in less mature evidence for us to base our appraisal on, and that could lead to a number of things. So it could be that the companies themselves just say, look, sorry, we're not ready for the NICE appraisal yet, so can you delay that? And that, of course, in some ways would negate the purpose of getting a significantly earlier license. It could also increase the need for managed access. It could put some sort of strain on our sort of, Cancer Drugs Fund and at some point the Innovative Medicines Fund potentially. And let's be honest, it could also potentially lead to more negative recommendations in NICE guidance. So these are the sort of things that we've got to be wary of and mitigate against. And when we thought in a bit more detail, we see sort of 3 broad categories of potential outcomes in terms of evidence. So the first one, it could be that the evidence base at the time of MA is sufficient for NICE guidance, and really very little change is required other than understanding the pipeline that I talked about earlier. The next category would be that the medicine's got a bit of an uncertain evidence base, but it's probably suitable for managed access, and that would result in perhaps increased need for managed access. It could put some strain on the managed access funds, but generally there's probably a way through that. The bit we're most concerned about is this category here, where we might have a medicines with an uncertain evidence base, but that evidence base isn't necessarily resolvable through a period of managed access. That could result in more negative recommendations. It could result in significant delays between MA and NICE guidance. So this is an area we're really thinking very hard about, and I'll come on to some of the mitigations in a moment. In fact, I'll come on to those mitigations right now. So there are certain mitigations that I think are within the control of NICE, something that we can, we can sort of take care of under our own sort of remit. Actually, I think I've skipped a slide, haven't I? Let me see if I can go back. Yeah, so there's some things we can do with NICE. So I think the first thing is really working very, very closely with industry to make sure that companies notify us of their intentions at the earliest possible opportunity. And as part of that endeavour, we had a workshop last week with industry in our London office, and it was really good. It was a really, really helpful workshop, which really, really sort of helped us in our planning. We're also going to be sort of including some new fields in UK PharmaScan to sort of ask companies about their intentions to potentially use new recognition routes, and which regulator. We're working further with MHRA and policy on information sharing, and primarily with the MHRA, but also with NHS England as well. And I think we've made a lot of progress there. I think that's looking much, much better, but there's probably a little bit more work to get that really nailed. There's also improved IT infrastructure to support efficient oversight of the pipeline, as well as that sort of information sharing. We're hoping that we'll have a bit of surge capacity to manage the early days of new recognition routes. We're probably not going to be able to overcome all of those issues I showed you if we do get late notification on the grounds of our sort of timeline. But if we've got people there to really proactively sort of reduce the time wherever possible, we can hopefully avoid really, really big delays between MA and NICE guidance. And the other thing, of course, is a continued focus on efficiency of our own processes through our sort of proportionate approach to technology appraisals initiative, which is already yielded very substantial efficiency benefits. So they're the sort of things I think we can do on our own, just under our own sort of authority. But I think in addition to that, there's going to be the need for very, very close system working. And I sort of feel that to really make full use of these new regulatory recognition routes and make sure that it really does benefit patients, there may need to be some redesign of that sort of medicines access pathway. And we've already heard about sort of ILAP, and I think a refreshed ILAP potentially is part of the solution. One of the things we've been working on with NHS England is what we've called rapid entry to managed access. So when we think something is probably going to end up in managed access, see if there's a more efficient way of getting it into managed access. I think that would help in a number of cases. I think there's a broader agenda with NHS England, NICE and the MHRA, and in some cases our friends in the devolved administrations as well, on truly aligned pathways. And also I think continued work to enhance our horizon scanning processes, both to facilitate sort of topic selection, but also sort of broader healthcare system planning. So in summary, a really, really exciting opportunity, some real challenges, but I think if we all work together, we can overcome the challenges. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's starting to get into a little bit more of the details and looking at some of the opportunities and challenges, which I'm sure you'll have questions about in the panel. So now we're going to move on and get some perspectives from some of our international regulators who are partners in all of this. So I'd like to please welcome Dr. Jörg Schleffer, who is Head of Management Services and International Affairs at Swissmedic. Over to you, Jörg.
Thank you very much. Does that work? Yeah, it does. Thank you very much to the organizing committee to actually having me on the stage here to give you some insight into the perspective of what we have as Reliance Procedures. But before I go into those details, I would like to give you some flavor of the country I'm here for Switzerland, and the economics and the background on the agency I'm working for. Switzerland, small country in the middle of Europe, and as you can see also from the color code here, you can't see the population size, but it's a small country as compared to the UK. We are a small country, both in population size and size. We are a multilingual or multi-language country that actually brings some challenges with it as far as our activity is concerned. And we are in the middle and in the heart of Europe, although we are not part of the EU, and I dare to say we never have been. Which has advantages and disadvantages. We didn't have to turn around and start from scratch, but to get there where we are is it was a fight. Anyway, when thinking about Switzerland, people associate cows and chocolate and watches and maybe banks, but the pharmaceutical industry is a substantial part of our economy. It's actually the most important sector that we have as economy. It's more important than the banks that we currently or normally are known for. We have an export volume of over 100 billion Swiss francs, which is approximately half of our total exports, quite a big export surplus. And the number of direct employees in the pharma business is approximately, not quite 50,000. Indirect, it's more, and that's just the pharmaceutical market. We have also a medical device market, which is money-wise not as big as that, but employees-wise bigger than the pharmaceutical industry. And clearly, the European Union is the most important market for us, followed by the US. So we regulate a substantial business. Now, to the history and the scope of Swissmedic, we were funded in 2002 as the first federal authority on therapeutic products. And this came along with the coming into force of the Act of Therapeutic Products. And prior to that, and going back to 1900, there was an intercontinental Kontrollstelle for therapeutic goods. So basically, this organization just made reviews and then came up with recommendations for the cantons. That's the ones, you know, the different language ones, 26 in number. And they had to decide as to whether or not to approve or not approve a medicinal product, saying that, you know, where you live, it was not approved. In the canton 20 minutes far away, it actually was approved. So at the beginning of the 2000s, of the new 21st century, basically, that became a federal task. The scope is on medicinal products for both human and veterinary use. That includes also traditional and herbal medicines and medical devices, which are, as you all know, approved and done in a different way. That's something which also gives us some problems at the moment as far as our relationship to the European Union is concerned, but that's a discussion we maybe have in the break. We are a public institution of the Swiss federal government. We are affiliated to the Department for Home Affairs, but we are independent in organization, finances, and management. We report to the Agency Council, which is basically our strategic body, and we are governed by strategic objectives, which I have linked in the presentation. I don't want to go into that at the moment. For the ones that actually love some metrics, the Center of Innovation in Regulatory Science on a regular basis publishes those approval timelines for new active substances. And as you can see, over the years, we have become a bit faster. Julian just indicated that you know, the relations between the big or the leading agencies. Now, when you look at the numbers, we're first time last year faster than the EMA, and when you look at the numbers in brackets, you see the scientific appraisal basically, and when looking at that, it seems to be quite competitive, basically, what we do. So, what is the legal basis? I just mentioned it. It's the Federal Act on Medicinal Products and Medical Devices, which came into force in 2002 and went through a couple of revisions. One major came into force in January 2019. And the ordinances actually go into the details. And in those ordinances, quite a lot of reference is made to international standards. That's probably, James, something you're interested in. So it refers to the pharmaceutical, for example, inspection cooperation scheme for good manufacturing practice. Then in ICH, we are quite heavily involved also in the creation and development of guidelines, and in the WHO. International collaboration, really quickly, you don't have to go into the details. Bilaterally, quite extensive around the globe. And then also multilaterally, ICMA was mentioned several times already. ICH, IPRP, PICS, IMDRF, you've all seen them this morning. And then on a work sharing level, and that's a part of the reliance I will talk about, the Access Consortium, of course, most important strategic collaboration. When looking at the size of Switzerland, 9 million inhabitants, that's not a market, not a big market, but coming together with our other partners, that's going to grow up to a size that's actually interesting also for the industry. Project Orbis, very, very much interesting in the oncology field, and then also development collaboration. And that's the last before I actually go into the reliance part. Although this strategic period is gone with this year, it's important that in the previous strategy period, reliance was an important part for us to be implemented in our work. It came with the revision of the act that I was referring to at the beginning of 2019, because politics made us really make more use of reliance. They put in this revision, put pieces of legislation into the law that actually were so detailed that we came to the conclusion it's important to actually put reliance as a strategic goal, not only as far as procedures are concerned, but also as far as culture, workforce organization is concerned. Okay, now how do we handle reliance at Swissmedic after this short introduction in how we work? First and foremost, of course, it's the legal basis in this Therapeutic Products Act. There is basically two articles that give us the opportunity and give us the means to apply reliance. First, Article 13. The second one is the complicated 2A bis 2 quater, and that's that piece of legislation that actually politics lobbied into this law, basically. I'll come to that in a little moment. Then mutual agreement, recognition agreements based on, for example, PICS. That's an important part. Reliance on things that were done by health authorities that are comparable to what we are. And then the Access Consortium, I come to that, although it has been mentioned. And then marketing authorization for global health products. That's more in development cooperation, where actually agencies rely on what we do as Swissmedic, but that can be actually played further than that. Legal basis for reliance, I mentioned it, is this Article 13, which basically says that if something, a product or a procedure, is already authorized in another country having an equivalent medicinal product control, so that's probably the equivalent to the trusted regulators list that you have, the results and the assessments are considered or shall be taken into account. Now, this is a good thing. The way Julian actually mentioned it, it frees resources to actually focus on the real stuff, on the innovation, on the ones that actually read rapid access. So we focus Article 13 on known active substance, on biosimilars. Most of the biosimilars in Switzerland are actually approved via this Article 13 route. And then new active substances and their indications, but only if they fulfill some criteria. It has to be an orphan drug, for example, to actually go directly into Article 13, normal active, new active substances, and first in classes. We want to review ourselves because we want to be ahead of the innovation, and we need to know those molecules or whatever it is. But Article 13, and that's most important, can be used for the whole life cycle. All extensions, but also variations, which are the same variations. They are equivalent to the ones used in the EU. The whole life cycle can be done over Article 13. Basically, I don't go into the details what the requirements are, but if you use Article 13 for reliance, we want a full and an actual dossier. We want to have it all, including the assessment reports that actually led to the conclusion of the other regulators. Now, if there are decisions from regulators which are different, we look at the application. If FDA and EMA come to different conclusions, we want to have a look at it and look, what our conclusions will be. And this full documentation has to be recent, so no older than 5 years. You have a similar regulation in your MHRA guidance. Not so, I think it's 2 years in your case. Okay. Now, this complicated piece of legislation, 14 para 1, letter A to bis quater, You can tell from the name it's complicated. It's not complicated, but basically it's a well-established use in the EU, in the EFTA countries for at least 10 years, an active substance. You can have it approved without really big, really intensive review. What we actually want there is an actual quality dossier. This has to be state of the art, of course, because that needs to go through the development of technique and science. But we don't really look at the medical assessment reports. That's just not a dossier, but it's a compilation of what they have looked at. If it's non-prescription, it's 30 years, and I'm coming back to this federalistic thing of Switzerland. There still are some drugs that actually just approved in a couple of cantons. And if you want to have that Swiss-wide, then you actually can apply this one. Now, you know, the substrate of molecules that actually can go through that route is limited. At the beginning, after the revision of the law, there was a peak of those, but they're going back, practically nothing left on that route. So Article 13 on the legal basis is the one to go if you want to do reliance. Now, mutual recognition agreement, it's clear. We refer to the GMP and inspection reports, also to the manufacturing licenses that were issued by countries where we have a mutual recognition agreement with, and that's quite a lot at the moment. Canada, EU, EC, and EFTA, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and since last January, we also have the one with the FDA. I had the privilege to be one of the signers of that agreement, so that helps a lot. It helps a lot to the companies in the country. It helps a lot for us. So GMP, mutual recognition agreements, that's a key of reliance. Access Consortium, we've mentioned it several times. Canada, Australia, Singapore, and Switzerland to begin with early on, and then since 1st of January 21, MHRA has joined that, and with the coming of the UK to that Access Consortium, this has given it a boost, I would say. Really, we can actually position ourselves as Access Consortium behind the FDA and the EMA as a third really important consortium of regulators. Oops, that's the wrong direction. I mean, you know how this work sharing in the Access Consortium works. It's basically a work sharing, but for the part, basically a company makes an expression of interest to Swissmedic or to the Access Consortium, then with whom they want to go in an approval round, with what countries. Once that's clear, the agencies actually distribute who is going to do what, who is going to do the quality part, who is going to do the non-clinical part, and who is going to do the clinical part. And for the ones that you don't really do yourself, you rely on the results of the partner authorities. And at the end, and that's really a reliance, at the end it's a sovereign decision as to whether or not you want to approve or not. So very important and increasingly active, especially with new substances. We are struggling a little bit with the generics because of several factors. But if you have an innovation, going through the Access Consortium is the way to go, I would say, if you want to go into a market that has approximately 150 inhabitants. Now, to conclude my short speech, marketing authorization, that's a heartfelt thing of me too. It's the marketing authorization for global health products. Basically what it is an involvement of national, regional regulatory agencies and the WHO in our Swissmedic assessment procedure process. And it basically is both involvement in scientific advice early on, you know, what's going to come, how we have to develop that. And then the marketing authorization, that is basically the same as if you would do a marketing authorization in Switzerland with the different, it ends also with an authorization best case. But the difference is that you involve or we involve the national regulatory authorities and the WHO. Focus is on Africa, sub-Saharan region, or other low to middle income countries. But the involvement is manifold. Huh? They get access to information, the full documentation, full dossier, everything, our assessment reports. They can provide input in evaluating and evaluation. They can add questions to the list of questions, and they can participate in meetings. So really, it's an engagement on a different level. Huh? And the choice, and that's a little bit of commercial here, the decision who to involve is the decision of the marketing authorization application. So the companies that actually you represent can decide as to where you want to go with that. A Reliance that has a very interesting aspect to it. And with that, I would like to conclude my short presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're very interesting to hear the perspective and all the experience from Swissmedic. So we move on to one of our other key international partners, which is the FDA. So please welcome Shannon Thor, who is Deputy Director of the European Office of the FDA, and specifically the Office of Policy and Strategy. So to you. Welcome.
Thank you. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be here. It's a real pleasure, and I really appreciate the invitation. So today I'm going to talk about FDA's Europe office and how FDA supports regulatory convergence. So I'll start with a quick overview of our office, and then I'll talk a little bit about how, at a very broad, big picture level, FDA supports regulatory convergence, and then I'll take a little bit of time to talk about our bilateral cooperation with UK and MHRA. So here's our kind of big picture slide of FDA's remit. So we're under the Department of Health and Human Services, and we have about 18,000 employees. We're a public health agency overseeing the safety of more than $2 trillion worth of food, medical products, tobacco that are produced in the US and abroad. And because food production and medical products production is a global enterprise, FDA has offices all around the globe to support our regulatory activities. We have posts in Latin America, China, India, and of course in Europe. So quick, I love doing this at conferences. Can we have a show of hands for who knew that FDA had European offices? Brussels or Amsterdam? Oh, this is pretty good. Good job, everybody. Often it's only one or two hands. So I'm glad that you know we're here. And for those who didn't raise your hand, now you know. So in Europe office, our mission is to foster collaboration and share knowledge and information with FDA's counterpart regulatory authorities throughout the region. We promote high FDA safety and efficacy standards and advance FDA's international objectives. We facilitate regulatory dialogue, and we share data, information, and technical expertise. We do policy analysis, and we develop strategic engagements. So this slide describes broadly how FDA supports regulatory convergence through transparency and alignment activities. FDA really embraces regulatory transparency. So after every approval, we publish labeling and review materials on the product. And we continue this transparency in the post-market space with compliance dashboards, and we have electronic certificates of compliance that you can verify on our website. And we also publish official guidance, as well as less formal guidance like reflection papers or strategic plans, annual reports, and other materials to let the public know about our thinking. And I've heard a lot of topics today that other panelists have brought up, like that we have existing guidance on, or things like reflection papers, like decentralized trials, diversity in clinical trials, inclusion of pregnant individuals in clinical trials, use of real-world evidence and AI. So we have a lot of information, and we try to encourage that transparency and sharing with our partners. And we also look towards regulatory alignment. So FDA participates in many international initiatives and standards work to support our common public health goals. I guess being one of the last panelists, a lot of my thunder has already gotten stolen by others. But so ICH, IMDRF, ICMRA, PICS, these are all, we're active participants in these groups. So we also work bilaterally with MHRA, and in the next few slides, I'll talk about a few ways that we do so, including through our confidentiality commitment, through our mutual recognition agreement, and through our international clusters, and through Project Orbis. So a confidentiality commitment, for those who might not know, is a document that sets up the legal framework for FDA to share certain kinds of non-public information with our FDA counterparts in foreign countries. So this can include pre- and post-market information, commercial confidential information. And the UK and the US have had a CC since 2005. And in 2017, we signed a Super CC, which enables the sharing of trade secret information under certain circumstances, which we had to do and able to operationalize our mutual recognition agreement. So a mutual recognition agreement allows us to rely on information from drug inspections conducted within each other's borders. So this is great. It can yield efficiency for US and foreign regulatory systems by avoiding duplication. And we can reallocate our resources towards more potentially higher public health risk type inspections across the globe. So we have been in partnership with MHRA under the MRA since November 2017. They were one of the first signatories, one of our first partner, and since September 2021 for veterinary drugs. So another way that we use as a collaboration tool are the international technical working groups that we call the clusters. So a cluster is established when regulatory authorities find that we need to work closely together on certain topics or therapeutic areas, and the work requires kind of an intensified exchange of information and collaboration, and this can be at the bilateral or multilateral basis, and we do the sharing under our confidentiality commitments. So some examples of clusters that MHRA and FDA participate in include pharmacovigilance, generics, and pregnancy and lactation. And so some of the work that the clusters can do includes discussing early safety signals, planning joint publications or workshops, or discussing draft guidelines. And many folks have mentioned Project Orbis, so I'll just give a little bit of information on it. Project Orbis was initiated in May 2019 by FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence, and it provides a framework to facilitate submission and review of oncology marketing applications among international partners. So FDA serves as the primary coordinator, and we identify applications and we request a global submission plan from the applicant. And the focus for Project Orbis are on products that have a high impact or clinically significant impact potential. So FDA will conduct a full review of the application and then share and discuss our findings with the partner regulatory agencies. And then each regulatory agency, including MHRA, has independent decision-making authority for the application. So those are some of the ways that FDA approaches regulatory convergence, so broadly through transparency in our decision-making and participation in organizations and activities that further regulatory alignment. And more specifically, with MHRA, we regularly engage in technical cooperations that benefit both agencies. And now you know that FDA is in Europe, I'm in Brussels, and feel free to shoot me an email. Thank you.
Excellent. So thank you very much to our presenters so far. I'd like to welcome our presenters so far to join the panel, and we can commence the panel discussion. And also joining us on the panel today is John Sisson, who is Executive Medical Director, Clinical Development and Regulatory Strategy from Transcript. So we have 5 panellists, if you'd like to come up and take a seat. Excellent. So, John, I'm going to put you on the spot because you haven't had the chance to say a few words as yet. So perhaps you could give us your perspectives on the new framework and the pieces that you've heard so far from our presenters.
So, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of good stuff. It's been a bit of, well, I think it's hopefully constructive, critical or constructive points about this new international recognition procedure. I mean, it certainly provides further.
Just 1 second, John. I think your mic needs fixing.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, better.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you.
Yep.
So, yes, I mean, certainly a welcome new innovation to have more flexibility to gain MA in the important UK market. I've got some queries on the process. Maybe they're too nerdy, even for this group, but overall it seems straightforward. And I like the division into the 2 types of procedure, and obviously it's important that the level of assessment is proportionate to the complexity. And it builds, of course, on the existing Orbis and Access schemes. And it extends the possibilities for UK-US collaboration, extending Orbis. And I'm quite excited about the collaboration between MHRA and Japan. Having seen this, I mean, there's a couple of challenges. I think some of these have been covered already. I think we do need to have a constructive discussion. The firstly is, and this has been mentioned before, with the increasing use of recognition, how can MHRA retain the capacity to do world-class, full independent assessment? To support its national MAs that will remain, scientific advice, ILAP, and all the other many regulatory procedures. Yes, it takes 2 years to train an assessor, as Julian said, to a certain degree. I don't think it takes 2 years to train an assessor who can be a senior assessor, leading senior expert assessor. And I think you need to have done high-level assessments from scratch, I think, to be able to make a quick decision based on other regulators' assessment. So it's critical what you said about training up assessors to have a pipeline of experienced assessors, because obviously a lot with the financial constraints and the job losses before, a lot of agencies left, a lot of assessors left the agency. And obviously it's really important to build up that capability and the experience, because it does take a long time to be able to assess the most complex assessments. And I mentioned earlier about the government, the announcement on further civil service cuts. Let's hope to God that isn't another bureaucratic act of vandalism. And yes, the agency is building back up. And it can't be easy. It can't be easy to recruit and retain people. You've got public sector pay restraint and other things. So I really wish you well with that. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned is the option of recognising national MAs from individual EU countries, which wasn't before, because before we had mutual recognition and then we had the ECDRP. Now, I'm not going to name and shame, but there are some EU countries that don't have a very good reputation in their national assessment and their level of experience. So probably is a secret list of countries that MHRA think that in Europe are really trusted regulators. I'm sure June wouldn't tell me what it is. But that's a bit of a worry, and I just wonder how that's going to be managed. And the other thing, it's been mentioned about assessment timelines. And I really agree with what June said about the importance for them to be predictable. It's no good being as short as possible if you can't always make it, because what companies want is predictability. I've got some, if you're really short of questions later, I've got some nerdy queries about the procedures and things, but I won't go into that.
As we need to, but as I said, I'm more than happy to have that conversation, or as we do. So, yeah, welcome the comments. I mean, I think pretty much I share a lot of the thoughts that you've had in terms of the training of new staff. It's also a cultural piece. So where we are now, we've got to engage with our employees. We've got to make sure that everybody recognises what we're doing, what vision we have. So it's getting people together and really having a very constructive and open conversation around what do we do and where we are going. And I think that builds understanding. There's lots of opportunities within the MHRA. There are challenges, as you've very well highlighted, but we've got to be working through those. We've got to be then looking at seeing how we can grow the people that we've got, develop people, as every organisation is going to be doing as well. So that one of the things that, for me, I do see that over time, yes, we have recruited a lot at the moment, but we need to have independence, but we also need to be having throughput to enable people to develop in their careers. So natural kind of evolution of people's careers isn't a healthy thing in itself. It's when it gets to a level which is de-skills the organisation, that's where it becomes unhealthy for the organisation and also the people within it. And that's where we've got to make sure that we are focused, and very much it's clear we are still recruiting right now, but we have got back to where we should be with establishment headcount. But we're not stopping right now, so that we are still recruiting, and we have live adverts out right now for pharmaceutical assessors, for medical assessors. So these things are in active play right now. And as far as I am aware, they are, and the normal rules apply. If they're advertised, then we will be looking to fill them. So that's really where we are right now.
Thank you for responding there to John's points. So I think we're starting to see some of the details coming through now that I know people in the audience will have questions on. And we do have some of the questions that have come in beforehand, but let's just see if there's any reflections from the floor on those sort of more detailed nitty-gritty points. Anybody want to build? Yes?
Hi, this is more for Julian. You mentioned in your speech that there's a way, there's training needed, you're building up your staff, but you want to foresee what can happen in the next 6 to 12 months. Don't have a magic wand to fix backlogs over 6 to 12 months, especially with resource being moved around in the agency to fulfill other things. But what can we as an industry do to help you? So we work with you and the agency to help, firstly, train you guys faster, effectively, but also help then address all these backlog issues, help some of these delays, and just have that level of collaboration both ways to help resolve the current issues you're having, to allow you to get back to your feet much, much faster than even with your previous efforts.
No, thank you. I mean, I suppose it's really kind of, that has been going on for quite a period of time. So in January, we formed an Established Medicines Task and Finish Group, which is working very well. That's the agency with a collaboration of 5 trade partners, trade associations, of which BIA is one. We're very clear in terms of what we want to see in terms of how we can train, but we will bring in, and we have been looking at how do we get outside exposure into that, but we need to get consistency in review. We need to get consistency in the RFI process, which we are doing very much more clearly now. And I guess my very short answer in the very short term is that if there are, as a very technical, coming back to a very technical point, if there are simple updates in Module 1, make them. Let us know, but make them so that we don't actually come back and give you something which is for a QP declaration which is out of time. or those sorts of things that prevent the application or the variation being found to be wanting. And then the other part of it is for submitted sequences. So as I've made it kind of like when we've done a review, we do have quite a number of applications which do have major objections for relatively simple things. We do have variations that come through type 1As, 1Bs and 2s, which vary between 10 to 30% error rates with simple things. So as we do that, our operational efficiency is compromised by having to look at that. Is that solely something, is that the sole answer? No. It's what we've got to do internally as well by training people. And as you see with the metrics, the numbers of licenses granted is going up. How we are streamlining our processes is being improved, absolutely. But then it's really looking at how that we can keep building with that. We are also having other thoughts about how do we improve our assessment timelines. So for innovative medicines. So thinking about that. So we will be discussing that with you all in terms of how we think we can optimise that process a little bit more. But again, front and centre, it's not got to compromise, or it will not compromise the patient safety review that we have to ensure that is completed.
And Nick, you mentioned about the work you've been doing with industry to start to look at that whole piece where you can bring industry ideas in. You mentioned that in your talk. Is there anything you can build on to the question?
A little bit, but I guess I sort of covered it already. I mean, I think the really key thing for us is just understanding company intentions as quickly as possible. So I guess you know, one of the things we're planning to do is to really set out as clearly as possible the sort of conditions that will allow translation of an earlier license into earlier, timely, NICE guidance. And you know, one of those key ones is just understanding the intentions and having that oversight of the pipeline. But I think another one is, you know, our process works so much better when we only need one committee meeting. So you know, where possible, and I know this is quite a big thing to ask, but where possible, you know, coming in with the best, you know, value proposition at the beginning would really help our sort of processes. So if we do want to see earlier licensing, and we want that to translate into earlier patient access, then you know, they're the sort of things, pipeline and sort of best value propositions up front. They're the sort of things that would make a huge difference.
Thank you. So there's a sort of a bit of a theme running through this about, obviously, collaboration, because we're talking about recognition and reliance pathways, but also the wider collaboration with everybody who can help and join hands to make this happen. And obviously, Jürgen and Shannon, you mentioned in your respective talks about how you've got a lot of experience with this. Is there anything that you can share? What else are you expecting? Because you already have a good collaboration with the MHRA. Is there something more that you see coming now we've got this new framework? What can we do differently?
I might just say, I mean, the discussion is really, it has to do with organization, it has to do with culture. The whole reliance, reliance thought, it really has something to do with a change in the culture of an agency. If you used to be a standalone, used to be an agency that actually works together in a bigger framework, and then you get out, it's different. It's a different way of collaborating in a group, and I think the organization has to go through that and come to the point that this reliance is part of how you function. I think that's important. And take care to your experts, because as we could hear, actually, a lot have gone. Lots of them have gone. You hurt an organization very fast, and then to build it up again for the organization to be able to function well takes a lot more. Also take your time somehow. It's important. Manage the expectation. It won't come back like that. It is a way to go, and I think also industry has to accept that this is not going to go from one day to the other, because Brexit obviously was a I wouldn't say it was a disaster. I mean, that's up to you. I wouldn't comment on that. I'm not the person to comment on that. But the consequence seemed to be disastrous. As far as...
I thought you were struggling for the words. So I was just trying to help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shannon, maybe you'd like to say a word or two.
Sure. So I think, my talk kind of demonstrated that we have a very long-standing and trusted partnership with MHRA, and we are frequently sharing information. And so, if you encounter any bumps along the way as you're moving through this new framework, we're here to help smooth those out if needed.
Yeah, fantastic. John, coming back to you then, you've heard the responses from around the room and the builds on the question and the challenge you put forward. Any final comments on that, and then we'll invite another question from the audience.
Yeah, well, I was struck with the comment about what can industry do, and the fact that NICE have this 16-month notification, but I think I remember was it 6 months, or I can't remember what the notification was. It 6 weeks. The notification in this proposed international recognition procedure for MHRA is a lot shorter than that. But Julian, you were saying it's more important to have that knowledge of the pipeline, what's coming through, more in advance than that. I think it's
absolutely.
Yeah,
just to come back on it, I think for an individual procedure, there are discussions that will happen within a company for a long period before an application is submitted.
Yeah.
It's not something which is just done 6 weeks before whichever market you go to. So for me, it's very critical to have that open relationship, MHRA to companies, however we can do that, to ensure that we have that kind of pipeline view, so that, again, 6 weeks before, to have one meeting about one procedure is, for me, not the right thing. It's more that process is more there for if there is an absolutely specific thing that needs to be checked before you submit it, then please ask. But we should be having the conversations longer term between us and the companies to say, right, I plan in a year's time potentially to submit this, and this comes back to our conversations about confidentiality, about consent, so that we can then be working and planning to ensure that we have the right capability to do that, and also with the right therapeutic areas, with the right technology. How do we derive that going forward? So I'd say that's there because it's to prevent the final road bumps, rather than to be a check of, is my application going to be satisfactory, kind of like a year? Because if you're doing it 6 weeks before, you should have already had all your documentation prepared, really. It's going to be that last sense check.
Yeah, so it does say 6 weeks, doesn't it, in
it does.
What's published. So maybe it could be made clear about the sort of interactions that are before that, pre-submission meetings
and I am absolutely. I mean, that's part of the reason why I'm sitting here today. Yeah. Or Glenn would have been. So it's really to have that conversation to say, this is how we would like it to work. There's so much that you can write into a particular guidance. It's more around, for me, cultural awareness that we want to be open, we want to be having those conversations, so that we can then be having that link going forward.
And I think it's so important that we also join up our intelligence. So, we're working closely with industry to try to get that. We need to be able to share that with the MHRA, and we also need to be able to share that with colleagues in the devolved administrations. There's a separate process in Scotland, but again, we collaborate very closely with our colleagues in Scotland. So there's this information exchange is going to be key to actually driving benefit from these pathways.
Any questions? I don't see who went first with that. Okay.
Thanks. So it's Alice Butler from AbbVie. I've got a couple of questions. The first, just taking advantage of having the FDA here and MHRA, was around the availability of unredacted assessment reports from the FDA when we look at, I know that's one of the hurdles we've discussed within the company, whether there's an agreement between the two agencies for transmission of those as we think about planning how we're going to manage our products moving forward. The last I heard was that was for companies to negotiate separately, but I was wondering whether there was an agreement between the agencies.
I think right at the outset, there is not right now, but we're looking at it and how we can talk. But equally, there is a partial redacted report which is available with consent from the FDA. So it's really just looking at how do we provide that and iterate that as we grow. So where we are now, we are initiating this process, but the intent is that so that we have full transparency of the information that's provided to us. But are we 100% through that journey right now? Absolutely not. There are other questions as well in terms of how we would translate the FDA CTD structure into the UK kind of model as well, what comparisons we will need, so that, again, it's looking at that which we're working through to make sure that we have that consistently applied. And as we need to, and as there is a requirement to, we can have those conversations, but we will be issuing further guidance on that.
Okay, so as we're thinking about making plans for next year, if we were thinking about a submission in January, could we assume that that would be resolved to allow that sort of submission to go ahead?
Probably too soon.
Okay, thanks. And the second question was around variations. So my reading of the guidance is that the variation timelines would follow the national procedure. It's just really to understand whether that means the MHRA would do a full assessment or whether there would be some reliance on the reference regulator's assessment.
There will be reliance on the reference regulator, but I really want to keep our processes as streamlined and as simple as possible so that we manage things consistently. So again, what I'm looking for is reliability and predictability rather than having multitudes of pathways or multitudes of different license applications, because right now that complexity I don't need. So it's really clear what I want to do is deliver on the timelines, and then if we get to somewhere in the future where we nuance it, we can nuance it. But let's try and keep it simple and so that it is understandable. And again, I come back to it. It may not be everything everybody wants in terms of we want to do it, but I want to make sure that it's as simple as it can be, and so that we're having the minimal complexity to manage, so that when it comes in, that we are doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, questions? Lydia?
Thank you. So yeah, my question was around about that comms and the guidance with the detail of, what is it that you're looking for in applications, whether it be Orbis or even in variations. And I think where the frustration is that, sometimes we might be emailing MHRA multiple times to ask questions and then having to wait back for those responses. But if all of those sort of questions are collated and put together in that guidance, I think that would stop a lot of other companies, asking the same questions. So is there a way that us, as in industry, can collaborate to put that guidance together to help everyone else, whether that be via the trade associations or MHRA directly?
Okay, so we have already gone through that process once. So trade associations have already been requesting information for questions on recognition. We have tried to answer the majority of those questions, and again, we ran through a work review on the 13th of September. And 14th, okay. Give me a day. But then we will be doing that again on the 29th of November, and so that we will be looking at and coming forward again with how we do that. But what we're trying to do is answer the questions with the guidance, so that if there are questions that you want to do, please use the trade associations, Christiana, here to feed them back from the BIA, so that we can then consolidate them and make sure that they are included. We do also run clinics, so that you may have seen one. There was about 200 odd people on the last one, just asking various questions, so that what we're trying to do is acknowledge that some of the email communication, because it's coming from multiple things, may be relating to the same query, but what we're trying to do is answer that with the guidance and the things that are going out, so they are addressed, so that as quickly as we can do.
Thank you. Any question here?
Thanks. Very interesting discussion. So I'm Thomas Meek. I'm with a news agency called APM. A couple of questions, hopefully fairly simple ones, probably to Julian first. So we've heard a lot about Reliance Route 2 marketing authorization. I'm just wondering about regulatory decisions after that. I'm thinking, for example, we had the CHMP last month recommend not to renew conditional marketing authorizations for a couple of drugs, a Duchenne drug and a GSK cancer drug. So say a drug was approved via Reliance Route and a regulator then decided, it doesn't actually work as well as they hoped. What would the MHRA take on that be? And then a second question, probably to Nick. So back to resourcing and capacity. We've heard a lot about MHRA challenges, and they had that funding boost earlier this year. Unless I missed something, NICE hasn't had that funding boost. Are you asking, where's our £10 million? Or do you generally feel you have the sort of capacity to sort of do this extra work as well as what you're doing just by improving efficiencies through things like proportionate appraisals? So yeah, thank you.
So I think it was a question for Julian first and then one for Nick.
Yeah, I mean, for recognition procedures, and I'll use Jörg's analogy from his presentation because I think it's very apt. It's a recognition, so that we will look at a procedure and we will make a decision which is a national decision. So ultimately it's a national license, so that if there is a reason for us to object to it or if there is a particular cause, we would then go to ask for advice from CHM and then make the decision which would be relevant for the UK.
Nick?
Yeah, thanks. There will be additional work. One of the issues for NICE is that our technology appraisals programme actually recovers costs, as industry colleagues here will know. There are fees associated with our work, and I think in those early days of the new recognition routes, it would be difficult to maintain full cost recovery and agility in the context of these new pathways. So I think that would be quite challenging. So we've understood that challenge, and we're trying to ensure we've got the resources to be able to cope with that.
So I think we're down to the final probably 1 minute of our panel session. So any closing comments from any of our esteemed panellists you'd like to make a final burning, enlightened comment?
Just thank you for the questions and keep them coming.
John, any final points? Jörg?
I'm fine.
Shannon? Nick? Everybody's fine. Okay, so that closes this session. We're going to move forward to a 30-minute coffee break. And please come back because we've got a fabulous session 3, which is regulation of novel technologies. Thank you very much to our panel and speakers.
You can pull that upwards if you want. You can pull that like a little bit and then upwards. Brilliant. You're welcome. No worries.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, really?
Do you know every